Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Hey y'all, it's October, which means it's time to get ready for Halloween. This is Lisa with Halloween Express, Greenville's locally owned Halloween superstore for 23 years. The Halloween fun is back, and we have everything you need to make it one to remember. From kids to adults, we've got you covered. We have the largest selection of masks in Greenville, plus every other costume you can think of. Come visit our new location in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville on Greenville Boulevard, open 7 days a week. Halloween Express, what are you going to be?
Ooh, look at all that Parmesan cheese on that papadilla. Our freshly folded flatbread filled with juicy meats and melted cheese now has a crunchy, toasty outside. Now that was Papa. Order today at papajohns.com.
Hey Pirate fans, order the new Parmesan crusted papadilla for only $7. The new Parmesan crusted papadilla is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
How much does the word reliable mean? Sure, all businesses describe themselves as reliable, and we certainly wouldn't expect any business to be unreliable, but when you take a word like reliable and make it your way of life, the entire core of your business, it tends to mean a little more. And it's something you have to show people, not tell them. At Delcor, we show it by being there the same day you call. We show it by simply doing outstanding work with exceptional products, a family-oriented work ethic, and genuine caring for all of our neighbors throughout Eastern NC, because in a time of need, we know the first and the only thing you need is someone you can count on. That's why we only use equipment you can count on too, like a train comfort system. It's hard to stop a train. Delcor can have a new train comfort system installed in no time, or we can provide an AC tune-up to make sure your system is performing well. So will your system keep you cool all summer? Find out. Call us. We're Delcor, the service professionals, reliable for over 4 decades. Visit delcorinc.com today.
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. The following is an exclusive presentation of Pirate Radio, the voice of the pirate nation.
Purple and gold, they are not just colors. They represent a nation of people from all walks of life coming together as one, who are loyal to the code of what it means to be a pirate. A nation of pirates who have a chip on their shoulder, that show grit and determination in times of adversity and showing a burning loyalty to their crew. Purple and gold are our colors, colors that brand us as pirates. Just as the colors were raised by the pirates that sailed our coast before us, it's our time to do the same, to signal a rallying cry to all pirates. No retreat, no surrender, no quarter. We are the pirates of ECU.
Pirate fans, get ready. It's time to talk ECU football on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Brought to you by Bud Light. The Pirate Radio sports teams will get you ready with a game-winning strategy, live reports from the stadium, a breakdown of all the X's and O's, and all the scores and previews of other games around the country. Let's get ready. It's time for Pirate football on the voice of the Pirate Nation. Now live from the Pirate Radio studios, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate is on the air.
Happy game day, Pirate Nation. Welcome in to the Week 7 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. 4 hours of pregame coverage taking you up to kickoff as East Carolina hits the road to take on the Houston Cougars. The Cougars have won 5 straight. Pirates coming into this game at 3-3. They'll kick it off at 4 o'clock, and we're with you until that kickoff on ESPNU right here on Pirate Radio. Coming up, hour number 1, we'll hear from the head coaches of these two programs, Mike Houston and also Dana Holgerson. We'll hear his comments on East Carolina as he gets ready for kickoff today. Billy Weaver, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show, joins us in hour number 1, and we'll hear from ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. Also coming up on today's program in hour 2, we'll hear from Tyler Sneed, ECU wide receiver, and Miles Berry, Pirate linebacker, as they get set for action. We'll hear the Houston standpoint of things from Dustin Rinsink from the Scott and Holman podcast. He joined me this week on Pirate Radio Live to break down the Cougars. You'll hear that coming up on today's show. Stephen Igo, live from TD ECU Stadium, will join us in Houston coming up in hour number 3. We'll visit with the voice, Jeff Charles, get his thoughts on the game. Also hear from Pirate defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. Brian Bailey will join us live from H-Town coming up in hour 3. We'll talk to the big man on campus, Jeff Nadeau, in hour 4. Brian North will join us as well. We've got our picks, our fantasy picks, our predictions, and let you know what's going on across the country on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. It's all ahead on this next 4 hours right here on Pirate Radio. The voice of the Pirate Nation will pop the top on the Week 7 edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate next.
We gotta shut them down. I shut them down. I shut them down. Shut them down.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At U.S. Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. U.S. Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for U.S. Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
How much does the word reliable mean? Sure, all businesses describe themselves as reliable, and we certainly wouldn't expect any business to be unreliable, but when you take a word like reliable and make it your way of life, the entire core of your business, it tends to mean a little more. And it's something you have to show people, not tell them. At Delcor, we show it by being there the same day you call. We show it by simply doing outstanding work with exceptional products, a family-oriented work ethic, and genuine caring for all of our neighbors throughout Eastern NC, because in a time of need, we know the first and the only thing you need is someone you can count on. That's why we only use equipment you can count on too, like a train comfort system. It's hard to stop a train. Delcor can have a new train comfort system installed in no time, or we can provide an AC tune-up to make sure your system is performing well. So will your system keep you cool all summer? Find out. Call us. We're Delcor, the service professionals, reliable for over 4 decades. Visit delcorinc.com today.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 for 0.9% for 72 months, plus $500 off. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Great food, great atmosphere, and great service is Ottavola Market Cafe. Ottavola is simply a restaurant that focuses on that, being a great restaurant. There's something for everyone at Ottavola. The menu offers a variety of great choices like pastas, pizzas, sandwiches, soups, salads, and seasonal rotating selections. Lunch or dinner, Ottavola is always the right call. Call ahead and get Ottavola to go, or stop by the bar for a drink with friends. It's simple. Come and eat at Ottavola Market Cafe, Red Banks Road next to Food Lion, and OttavolaMarket.com. Ottavola, pirates supporting pirates.
This is Xavier Smith, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Oh, that would help. Turn the microphone on, Shirley. Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. And if you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is Clip Rock.
Alrighty, happy game day to you and yours. A lovely day in eastern North Carolina. The football game will be played in Houston, Texas. ECU knows Texas well, and we'll get to know it even better once these new conference mates join the AAC coming up in a couple of years. Clip Rock, Shirley Rhodes, Chandler Honeycutt here on a Saturday edition of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Our next one will be a Thursday night edition of the program, as East Carolina will have a blackout game at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium coming up against South Florida on Thursday. So a quick turnaround after this game against the Houston Cougars. Thanks for tuning in today on Pirate Radio 92.7 FM in Greenville, 104.1 in Washington, also 1250, 930. Online, PR927FM.com, and you can watch the show on Facebook Live and on YouTube. Make sure you're checking out our YouTube page, Pirate Radio TV. Got some great stuff up there each and every day. You can get some last-minute watching in of the coordinators, their press conferences. Also, Mike Houston, Miles Berry, Tyler Sneed. We'll be hearing from those guys coming up during today's program. Shirley, Chandler, how are we doing today?
Doing fabuloso.
What's up, Clipper? I love when we all rock 3 different Pirate Radio shirts. I'm going 51st State today.
I'm going with the short sleeve Pirate Vibes only.
And I'm going with the long sleeve Pirate Vibes only.
We got a lot of vibes going on. Good vibes?
Good vibes.
Good vibes.
Feeling good about the game today?
Yeah. I wasn't too particularly thrilled about, my Red Sox tanking again. So, but
couldn't hit the ball.
I had a bagel. I'm good.
Thanks to Bagel Man for the awesome bagels right there on Fire Tower Road. And got hooked up with the sandwiches today. Their sausage, egg, and cheese is fantastic. And for you plainos out there.
Yeah, I'm a simple girl. I like my plain bagel.
But that was awesome, too.
Oh, yeah. I just wolfed down 2 of them.
Bagel Man, sandwiches, melts, just your plain bagels, whatever you want, they've got it at Bagel Man, and they hooked us up with some awesome pregame food. Good time for a nice little brunch bagel, as we get set for the day.
I agree.
Do we not agree?
We agree.
All right, fine. Coming up later on this hour, we'll hear from Billy Weaver. We got to believe, and also Donnie Kirkpatrick, East Carolina offensive coordinator. His conversation one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles. We'll also let you know what's going on around the country with our Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. And right now, Wake Forest has it 1st and goal against Army, as they have drove down the field and are trying to cash it inside the goal line right now, but they'll be backed up, it looks like, after a false start. So we'll let you know what's going on right now. Cincinnati taking on Navy. No score in that game as Cincinnati stops Navy on their first possession. They get the ball. Oklahoma and Kansas are scoreless. Northwestern and Michigan scoreless as well, along with Penn State and Illinois. So that's what's going on across the country. We'll let you know when scores happen right here on this program. Let's hear from the head coaches of today's game as Mike Houston takes his Pirates to Houston with a 3-3 record. Pirates coming off that loss to UCF. Houston has not lost in a long, long time. Since the first time they took the field in 2021, they fell to the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Since then, they have reeled off 5 straight, and that's the scene. 5-1 versus 3-3. Mike Houston was asked how well his team matches up with the Houston Cougars. This is cut 4, Shirley.
Well, I mean, I think they're older. They got more experience, obviously, so they have their strengths and we have our strengths, and I think that our guys are pretty excited because playing a 5-1 team, it's one of the better teams in our conference, and they're on a 5-game winning streak, and so I think our guys are just excited for the matchup, excited for the challenge.
Something rare in this matchup, Pirates coming off a bye, Houston coming off a bye, and Mike Houston talked about the rarity of that. This is cut 2, Shirley. Both teams coming off a week off.
Well, I mean, it doesn't happen very often where you both have a bye, but it doesn't really give anybody an advantage. They're probably going to have something new for us, and we'll probably have something new for them. And but it's I think we should both be fresh. I mean, it should be a pretty energetic ball game. It's been a couple of weeks since either one of us has played.
All right, the Pirates have a Texas flavor on this roster, including Houston's Bruce Bivens, who joins us Mondays on the Players Lounge. And Mike Houston talked about his guys that are from the state of Texas. Sorry, Shirley. That would be cut number 6.
Yeah, I think for all of our Texas guys it is. Ryan Stubblefield, Bruce Bivens, Audie Amatosho, and Jacoby Simpson. Those 4 guys are all from that area, and so they're all excited about it. I think the older guys, Audie and Bruce, I mean, this is the last season they're going to have playing college ball, and so last opportunity to play in front of a lot of family and stuff. So I think probably for those two, it's even more important.
All right, Mike Houston talked about the sense of urgency this team has. He was asked how important this game is, and like Mike Houston and all coaches, he's going to say it's important because it's the next one, but he was asked about the sense of urgency of this team. This is cut 7.
It's the biggest game we've got this week. So I think the sense of urgency is the way it should be. It's the same. Should be the same every week because every game counts the same, and every week's a big week. But this week, this is the biggest game we got. So there's a lot of excitement about it.
The biggest game we've got this Saturday, East Carolina and Houston, the matchup at 4 o'clock. Also, Coach Houston talked about what the team needs to improve on the last half of the season. Pirates are 3-3 after 6. What about the next 6? This is cut 9, Shirley, as he talks about that.
Well, I think things we can do better to be successful, period, really is offensively execution. I think we've got to play aggressive. We've got to play with a lot of energy. We've got to execute at a high level. If we do those 3 things on offense, then we're going to play pretty well. And we're playing against a very good defense, so we'll have to play well. I think defensively, it's continuing to build on how we've been playing. We focused on trying to eliminate the mistakes of giving up some big plays, but our guys have been extremely aggressive. We've been very, very physical, and that's the big things I've focused on this week is physicality, effort. Playing with a lot of energy, focusing on the team. I don't know if, you can see that. Focusing on the team. What do I have to do for the team? That's been, a big point of focus this week because, coming off a bye week and then, you've had some time away and you've kind of been away from the coaches a little bit and, you can get caught up in, the me monster a little bit. And so you got to get yourself focused back in on the team and the success of the group as a whole.
Beware of the me monster. It'll creep up on you, especially during Halloween season. Cut 10, Shirley talks about the team being recharged and at practice and ready to go after a week off of football.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it was when we flipped on the film from yesterday's practice, it was noticeable. I mean, just the thing I noticed just how much faster we were playing on defense. I mean, it was just like the ball snapped and it's just, taking off. It's just swarm. And, that's what I hope I see on Saturday. If we can see that on Saturday on both fronts, offensive front and defensive front, linebacker level, triggering, playing downhill, and really getting off the ball on offense. And if you see that on Saturday, then we're going to play well. And I'm sure Houston's doing the same thing. I mean, they had time off too. We were down in Atlanta recruiting, and I ran into one of their players that was home for the weekend. He was there visiting his high school coach, so they've had some time off also.
All right, there is Mike Houston getting set for today's contest. Get the DJ Cool ready because it's time to hear Dana Holgerson clear his throat as he talked to the media earlier this week. He starts by talking about the bye and the health of both his team and East Carolina, and also talks about the Pirates.
We should have zero excuses. Now, I would think East Carolina would have zero excuses either. They've had about the same amount of time as we have, played the same amount of games. From what I look at their team, I don't see any bodies missing or anything like that. So they're going to be in the same boat we are, fresh and ready to go and ready to attack this second half of the season.
As far as ECU, when you guys start digging into them a little bit, what have you seen early on tape that you are going to be concerned with next Saturday?
Well, they're coached well. Coach Houston's, he was at James Madison when I was up there at the other place I was at, and we was about to play them. So I kind of kept tabs on them. Shoot, they won like 25 games in a row or something like that. Never competed against them or anything, but a good coach, man. He's a history of winning. They play hard. They're well coached. You can see improvement from where they've been the last couple of years. I played against East Carolina. I'm trying to remember the last time. It was probably 3 or 4 years ago prior to him getting there. And they're very, very improved since the last time I competed against them 3 or 4 years ago. But they're good. They can score on offense. Those backs are outstanding. The quarterback is very experienced. They're physical up front. They got receivers that can make plays. Defensively, they're very multiple with what they do. They got guys everywhere. They're moving. They're stemming. They're blitzing. They do a lot, And then they're solid on special teams as well. So, 3-3. I've won 3 out of their last 4. Looked really good against Tulane. Went to Central Florida, and that's a hard place to go play, and almost came out of there with that win. Won a close one at Marshall, which was a heck of a win for them. So they're pretty dang good now, and they're riding a little bit of momentum. So we're expecting a very hard-fought game here Saturday afternoon.
All right, there is the head football coach of the Houston Cougars, Dana Holgerson. We ran into him before when he was the head coach. So Dana, I'm talking right now.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, the throat clear was one thing. The snort was quite another.
I had forgotten he had done that.
Well, if you so while I was saving that to our folder, Shirley, look at the Live at 5 folder real quick. There's something called Dana Holgerson coughing. I didn't even listen to it.
Hold on.
Let's just listen to it for fun and see what it is.
Okay, hold on.
I'm assuming it's kind of more of the same of what you just heard there, as he also had some nice things to say.
Dana Holgerson coughing. Got it?
Yeah,
okay, here we go.
Let's just hear what that is. I don't even know where this is from.
Jesus.
Let's hope he's okay.
Man.
Dude.
And that was old. That's pre-COVID. Did he bring COVID to the States?
Patient 0.
Yeah, it could be. I don't know.
Jeez Louise.
So good old Dana Holgerson. And look, you think Dana Holgerson and you think Houston with Keenum and all those weapons and high-flying offense, but they've been doing it with defense this year. We'll run over the numbers in a little while, but their defense, top-notch. They have been really good outside of the opener against Texas Tech. I think they gave up 38 in that one. But since then, they have been awesome. They're allowing 16 points a game. So they're playing great on the defensive side. Going to be a tough test for East Carolina and their offense tonight when they take the field. Let's take a timeout. When we return, we will hear from my co-host on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. We'll get Billy Weaver's keys to the game as he joins us on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. A lot more to go. We're with you until the kickoff at 4 o'clock, and we're back with you right after this. Well, the secret is out. CD's Grill has the best breakfast in Greenville. Start your day with a made-to-order breakfast Monday through Saturday at CD's Grill. Plus, you can enjoy lunch Monday through Friday. And their lunch specials are always a huge hit. Monday, it's barbecue chicken. Tuesday, pork tenderloin and gravy. Wednesday, chicken and pastry. Thursday, barbecue pork chops. And Friday, it's spaghetti. CD's Grill on Fire Tower Road in Winterville near Evans Street. Stop by CD's Grill for the best country cooking around.
Public notice, discount mattress Furniture, Greenville, 1501 Evans Street. Everything must go up to 75% off. Living rooms, bedrooms, dinettes, purple swivel chairs, ECU, $99. Desk chairs, $10. Queen mattresses, $199. Sofas, much more. Discount mattress and furniture up to 75% off. 1501 Evans Street in Greenville, and I'll see you there!
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, this is Talbot Green with Angel Oak Home Loans. Now's the time to take advantage of the opportunity to buy more home or refinance your current mortgage at historically low rates. The combination of our local team's experience and Angel Oak's wide offerings of products from standard conventional, government, and portfolio loans has something for most financial situations. For more information, call Talbot Green, Joanne Weir, or Wanda Hager at 751-2060.
NMLS 1719250, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Holt Nailers, and I couldn't do my job without my offensive line keeping me safe. Make sure your employees are safe by using ArcPoint Labs for your medical testing needs. From pre-employment testing to COVID test, ArcPoint Labs is there to serve Eastern North Carolina with accurate, reliable, confidential testing. Schedule an appointment at any of their 6 Eastern North Carolina locations or visiting them online at arcpointlabs.com. Go Pirates!
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Jamie Cuccinella, inviting you and your family to come by Cuccinella's Pizzeria and Italian Ice. Cuccinella's has been serving our special family recipe New York-style pizza since 1932. We think you'll taste the difference in just one bite. When you come in for a pie, don't forget to try our house-made Italian ice or gelato. We make small batches every day from scratch with all fresh ingredients. Cuccinella's on Old Tar Road across from Plant and See, Cuccinellas.com, and on Facebook and Instagram.
This is Mike Houston, head football coach at East Carolina University, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, let's run down the games that are going on right now midway through the first quarter. Cincinnati and Navy has no score as of right now. Penn State and Illinois are halfway through their first quarter. Still no score. Texas Tech has jumped out to a 14-0 lead over Kansas State in the first quarter. It is Northwestern and Michigan underway, no score. Kansas has scored a touchdown. They lead number 3 Oklahoma 7-0 in the first quarter. Florida State leads UMass 7-3 in the first quarter, and Wake Forest and Army are tied with 8 minutes to go in the first quarter. And that is a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in Eastern North Carolina. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate Here's your host, Clip Ross.
All right, we got football going on all across the country all day long, and we've got NLCS action tonight, 8:08. It'll be the Dodgers and the Braves, Game 6 in Atlanta, with the Braves leading that series 3-2. A couple of shockers there. One, Kansas with a 7-0 lead over Oklahoma, and Navy has it first and goal. No score in the first quarter as they are driving on number 2 Cincinnati. So right now number 2 and number 3 getting a test very early on, but still to see those scores.
Weird score Saturday?
Could be part 2.0, part 2. Wake and Army trading quick touchdowns, and Wake gets the ball back now, and they will go try to score. That is 7-7 at West Point. Got that one on inside the Pirate Radio studios. Got Billy Weaver on the Fixed NC Live line, my co-host on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show, ready to recap the game coming up later on tonight. And Weave, back off a bye week. How you doing today, sir?
Doing good. Sitting here watching a little Big Ten football. Illinois and Penn State, no score in that one with 6:17 left to go. So a little even more of an update on the Buccaneers scoreboard. Buck.
Billy wanted to get that in early today. You'll be hearing that later on this evening as we come to you right here on Pirate Radio. Wake Forest hitting a big play as they throw it 60 yards down the field, and they'll have it in Army territory. Weave, how'd you spend your bye week last Saturday? What'd you do?
Selling cars.
Ah, okay.
Don't you want one? Did you see the car I was driving last night? I got a nice Corvette, low miles, beautiful vehicle, got a lot of power. It's got Clip Brock's name written all over it.
I don't know if that's me, but it's definitely somebody. And a salesman never stops selling. But so let's talk football before Weave just uses this as a giant plug for Brown and Wood. We'll have our Brown and Wood drive of the game coming up tonight, and hopefully, Billy, hey, let's start there. Get your keys offensively for the Pirates. Long drives would be nice today. That's going to be tough to come by against a very stingy Houston defense. So what do you want to see the Pirates do offensively coming off that bye week last week?
Well, to be able to score early in this ball game, because what happens is Houston has just they've been killing people in the first quarter. I think I saw a stat that was stat to remember. They're outscoring opponents 73-7 in the first quarter this season.
Yikes.
So that's huge. So East Carolina's going to have to score in the first quarter, score early, and kind of get out to it quickly. But that's going to be tough because Houston's defense is really good. And the thing is most of their starters on defense, I think 8 or 9 of their starters on defense are either juniors or seniors. They're very well coached. They're a good defensive team. They are very good on third downs. East Carolina, as we've been saying all year, has not been good on third downs. Hopefully during this bye week they've been able to correct some things offensively. They're going to have to move the chains and get in third and short situations when they do have third downs to try to convert. So it's going to be tough for this East Carolina offense. They can do it. They just got to put it all together. I think third downs are going to be crucial. They've got to get in third and short situations, third and long situations against a very tough, very experienced Houston defense that can pin their ears back and come at you on third and long is going to be tough. So they got to stay out of those situations.
The spread is 13.5. The total is 57. So Vegas saying something like, I don't know, 37, East Carolina in the low to mid 20s. So they're thinking the Pirates will score 3 or so touchdowns today. So again, points hard to come by against Houston, but East Carolina has they've played somewhat well on the road. They had that great fourth quarter comeback against Marshall. They were right there, shoulda, coulda, woulda against UCF, and it kind of got away from them a little bit against App State, but they did finish strong. So they do have some confidence away from Dowdy-Ficklen Stadium, and hopefully on the offensive side of the ball, at least, they can take that with them today to Houston.
Yeah, they're going to have to. You know, they played obviously very well in the second half against Marshall. That comeback victory was that was kind of one for the ages there for ECU, and you know, if they can take a little bit of that momentum, obviously not what you expected to see at UCF, So they've gone on the road and had success, and then had their fair share of problems. You can't go down to Houston and have a bunch of problems. You can't turn the ball over. You've got to secure the football. Houston's a very good team. They're much better than UCF, so they're and they're much better than Marshall as well. This will be a very, very tough Houston team that they see. There's a reason they're a 13.5-point underdog. Houston's reeled off, 5 straight wins after opening up the season with a loss, and they're rolling right now. They're feeling real good, and they're off a bye week as well. So they're going to be fresh. It's not like you have a bye week and you're catching a team on a short week or even a week of preparation. These guys are refreshed, ready to go. They're at home. It's going to be a tough uphill battle for ECU, but they just got to limit mistakes. You can't do that on the road in any game, and especially when you're playing a team like Houston.
Last time we saw the Pirates on defense, they were giving up a 4th down and then allowing a touchdown at the end of that game against UCF. Bitter taste for Blake Harrell and the guys on the defensive side of the ball. So I know they're ready to get back out there and make up for that. And then we'll see how aggressive they are tonight coming after the quarterback. And I heard Dana Holgerson, Houston head coach, played his comments a moment ago, talked about how multiple the defense is, but also just how aggressive and attacking the East Carolina's defense has been this year. And they have been. They just weren't for that 4th down play, which had us scratching our heads as we're watching it. So, the Pirates trying to make up for that when they take out the field today.
Yeah, and I think defensively, the Pirates have to find their balance between being too aggressive, over-aggressive, because what's happening is it's great. I love an aggressive football team, both offensively and defensively, but especially defensively. I like guys that swarm around the football. I like a blitzing team. Problem is with East Carolina, if you blitz too much, East Carolina is prone sometimes to giving up the big plays. And you can't do that against Houston. That's the thing, is if East Carolina can find that balance, and that's pretty much the million-dollar equation for any defensive team, is to know when to bring pressure, when to go back into coverage and all that. That's what makes defensive coordinators great, is the guys that can really figure that out. East Carolina has been very successful this year with bringing pressure, getting hits behind the line, getting big hits. So, we saw some really big hits from East Carolina at home last time out, and that was nice to see. The problem is when you bring a lot of pressure sometimes in different situations, you can get beat with a big play. So they've got to be able to limit the big play opportunities for Houston this afternoon.
Special teams wise, this is a big one, one to circle I think today, because Houston has a dangerous return man, and we did our grades last week, and just about everybody across the board gave special teams for East Carolina a C at worst, and it got into the B's as well, because John Young has been really good. Owen Daffer seems to be improving, and they haven't given up a big kick return, punt return. They also haven't had a big kick return, punt return. So I think star special teams today, maybe we see something from either side that could change the game. And in a game like this where you are 2 touchdown underdogs, you need a special teams play to go your way. Maybe today's that day for East Carolina.
Yeah, those are big momentum swings as well, too, when you have a big special teams play. And like you said, East Carolina hasn't given up really anything big on special teams as far as a kick return for a touchdown, punt return or anything, but they haven't had anything go their way in that department either. Today is a day that you got to be very careful with that, especially in the punt return game, because Houston's got a guy I think he's got 3 punt returns for touchdowns over the last couple of seasons, 2 or 3 seasons. So they're very explosive when that happens. So they've got to be very careful with that, ECU does, and make sure that their kick coverage in all aspects of special teams is good. And like you mentioned, John Young, he's one of my MVPs for this season. He has single-handedly kept East Carolina from a huge upset loss at home to Charleston Southern. If you remember, he pinned them down actually inside I think it was the 5-yard line a couple times, and the one was on the very last drive of the game that they ended up, getting a turnover later in that drive. East Carolina's defense did, and if it wasn't for Young pinning them down inside the 5, that might have been a different story, because it was such a close ball game at the end. So he's been a MVP in my book. Daffer, he's a young guy. Like you said, he's getting better. So I think special teams, and anytime you go on the road, special teams can be a big deal, and it's always a big momentum swing. So hopefully if there's a big special teams play today, it's in favor of East Carolina and not a very explosive punt return game from Houston, because they have that ability to make that happen.
Billy Weaver will be with me later tonight on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show. The night slate of top 25 action looks like this: 7 o'clock, Tennessee at Alabama. You've also got Ohio State at Indiana, USC at Notre Dame, South Carolina at Texas A&M, and NC State at Miami. Good, not great slate of games. My question is, we got a big TV, we have a laptop. Can we go Braves on the big TV, or will you make me watch that on the laptop?
No, we can do Braves.
All right,
fine. There's nothing there. I'm not real big on that NC State Miami game. That's not. I do like Alabama. I like watching them, but yeah, Braves.
Well, that game starts at 7. By like the time we go on the air on the fifth quarter, that might be 24-0. So.
Yeah, it could be. 'Cause if we go on at 7:30 or so, yeah, it could be out of hand by then. Oh, absolutely. But my question to you: are you worried that being up 3-1, that after tonight you could be tied at 3 in the series? I mean, that's possible.
Of course, I'm worried. What are you talking? Yeah, that's kind of what the Braves do. So yeah, that would be going by the script, unfortunately.
Well, I mean, as a Mets fan, I would take your situation in a heartbeat. What's complaining, dude? What are you talking about? At least you're in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. So, yeah, but the Dodgers don't seem like they want to go away. But, yeah, I'm definitely up for watching that tonight.
All right. We'll have Game 6 on here as we take your calls on the U.S. Sailor fifth quarter call-in show.
My Mets jersey?
Hey, why not? NL East pride or whatever.
Yeah, there you go. I'm rooting for the division.
Billy, looking forward to the calls too. We had a week off last week, so the team is refreshed, ready to go. We're refreshed, ready to watch the team, but also the callers are refreshed. They had a week off too, so they're gonna be fired up tonight.
Well, they'll be fired up one way or the other, because it's funny, being involved in this, like in the aspect that I am this year. It's given me a new perspective on all of this stuff, and it's really neat to hear some of the same callers in each week after a win as opposed to after a loss, and how they had their comments completely do a 180. Going from, we need to fire this coach to, everything's great and rosy, and then the next week, we're back to we need a new quarterback and fire the coach again. So it's been very entertaining, to say the least, for me.
It's fun. And in fact, the first comment on Facebook Live for our 4-hour pregame show that started at noon was looking forward to the fifth quarter. So
hey, let me tell you what, I've gotten so much great feedback too. So many people have come up and said, "Hey, we love listening to you on the fifth quarter," and it's not that they love listening to us as much as they love listening to the comments from the callers.
Yeah.
Then your reaction to some of them is just outstanding. So
well,
it's been great, especially last time out. That was some good stuff on the Ehlers preferential treatment comment.
Hey, maybe our buddy Larry in Texas will be at the game today.
Hey, yeah, that's right. Maybe. That'd be, yeah.
We get a first person account from Larry in Texas later on.
Yeah, and I look forward to hear. I just hope the comments tonight are good. It would be great for East Carolina to come back with a win from Houston. Man, it would be a huge feather in their cap. I can't overstate how big of a win that would be to go on the road, knock off a team that's won 5 straight games, go above 500 again and get to that 4-3 mark, and well on your way to a possible bowl game for the first time since 14.
Yeah.
That would be absolutely huge for East Carolina. But with that being said, this is a tough game, and if I had it, if somebody put a gun to my head and said you have to bet on the game just straight up on who would win, I'd have to pick Houston. But that doesn't mean I don't think East Carolina can go in there and win. They got to play mistake-free football, and they've got to be creative offensively, and they've got to get some long sustained drives together.
Weave, great stuff, man. We'll talk to you after the game as we enjoy some tiebreakers. So, and might have some Bagel Man left over. We got a lot of great bagels dropped off. So, if you want to come by before the fifth quarter, we'll have that available for you.
Yes, bagels. Bagel Man is awesome.
Yes.
I'm a big bagel fan. When I was running the food truck, man, that was one of my favorite things was bagels in the morning. But I'm a bagels at any time. I like to snack on bagels. You know, just something you throw in the toaster real quick and you put some cream cheese on it. And
there you go.
Stuff.
Weave, Chandler, you got something?
Billy, if you wear your Mets gear, I'll go home and get my Nationals gear, and we can make an NL East party.
Oh, dude, will you? I swear, I got my Mets jersey right here.
I don't know how I feel about this now. I think
Look, we're all as one. We're pulling for the Braves tonight.
We're a big happy family.
Yeah,
right.
As long as no Philadelphia fans are in here, I'll be all right. How about that?
Yeah, I wouldn't own one of those jerseys if you paid me.
We will see you later on tonight, buddy. Thank you.
All right, man. I'll have my Mets jersey on.
All right, we got Mr. Met, Billy Weaver, Natty Daddy Chandler. And Shirley doesn't want to talk baseball because her season came to an end last night as the Astros found some pitching, finally. It took them a few games.
And all of a sudden, our bats just disappeared.
Yeah, it was...
still pissed about it.
And just for whatever reason, well, part of the reason is the Astros have a great lineup, but when you play at Houston, it just seems like they're going to score 5. You're gonna have to score at least 6 to beat them, and sometimes a lot more than that, but they got 2 and then hit a 3-run homer late, bottom of the 8th, I believe, to win it 5-0 last night over the Red Sox. Quick Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update presented by Dub Buck. Cincinnati has answered a Navy touchdown. It is 7-7 with 33 seconds left to go in the first quarter. Kansas has the ball.
What is going on?
Kansas has the ball. Kansas has the ball in the red zone, up 7-0 on Oklahoma.
Wow.
They just ended the first quarter. Weird, wild stuff.
Weird scorcerity.
Northwestern and Michigan are scoreless in the first. Penn State has a 7-0 lead over Illinois. Wake Forest is up 14-7 and has the ball. And they just gave up the ball on 4th and 1. Army gets the stop.
Jeez.
And they are celebrating because they will get the ball back down 14-7. So there are some scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Dub Buck. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back when we return. We'll hear from Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator. His one-on-one conversation with the voice, Jeff Charles, is on the way. We're back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Hey Pirates, this is Holt Nailers. A big part of my success on the field is what I eat at home. To keep my body filled up, I order meals off a Clean Eats meal plan. I choose the meals I want from 6 different meals offered each week, and I pick them up on Sunday or Monday at the cafe on Red Banks Road. Each meal is packed with the perfect mix of healthy proteins, carbs, and veggies to keep my engine running at full speed. Go to cleaneats.com, click on meal plans, or stop by the cafe and get all the info. Clean Eats and the Pirates, a winning combination.
In studio with Gloria from Kinetic Physical Therapy. Gloria, what is cryotherapy?
Cryotherapy is when your body is exposed to extremely cold but therapeutic temperatures for several minutes. It has many benefits, including decreased pain, decreased inflammation, increased energy, and improved overall wellness. That's why at Kinetic Physical Therapy and Wellness, we offer a wide variety of services, including cryotherapy. So whether you're an athlete or whether you just want to give your health a boost, cryotherapy will help to ensure that you're feeling great and living well. So come chill with us and you'll be back for more.
Have you been waiting to try CBD? ENS Hemp on Fire Tower Road in Greenville is the area leader in CBD. We want to educate you on how our products work with your endocannabinoid system. These products are all natural and non-addictive. ENS offers a variety of products to meet your needs. Tinctures, edibles, topicals, and even smokable items. Customer feedback indicates relief from stress, anxiety, fatigue, pain, and PTSD, just to name a few. ENS Hemp is located on Fire Tower Road. Also, check us out on our Instagram and Facebook pages.
I'm Michael Vaughn with East Coast Grading and Utilities. Many of you know my dad, David Vaughn, and his work in putting in subdivisions all over Pirate Nation. But East Coast Grading and Utilities is not just for those type of big jobs. We're here for the homeowners. Whether it's concrete, driveways, hauling rock, or sand, whatever you need, East Coast Grading and Utilities can get the job done. Call us at 252-531-7494 or check us out on Facebook at East Coast Grading and Utilities.
Hello, this is Michael McGraw from Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center of Greenville. We offer a variety of services including arthroscopic surgery, sports medicine, carpal tunnel and general orthopedics, fracture care, total joint replacement, physical therapy, and on-site MRIs. For experienced professional medical care, visit our office on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville and online at orthoeast.com. Orthopedics East providing services to ECU and Pitt County Athletics for over 35 years. Go Pirates!
Christie's Europub is the perfect place to relax, grab a bite, and enjoy a drink this fall. Located in the heart of Greenville and just a few blocks from ECU's campus, Christie's offers lunch, dinner, and late night with live music every Sunday. Come and have brunch Monday through Friday from 11 to 3 or Saturday and Sunday from 11 to 4. Scratch cooking takes time, so relax and enjoy a pint at Christie's Europub today. For the latest information, check them out on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram or visit them online at christieseuropub.com.
This is Big John Williams, strength and conditioning coach for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. You can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 to 6 p.m. And, of course, the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, look for Pirate Radio TV, and then click on that subscribe button. And a quick note for you on our Buccaneer scoreboard. Of course, Wake Forest leading 14-7 over Army, but Brett McMurphy just tweeted out that Army starting quarterback Christian Anderson left the game with an apparent arm injury. So that's something that we're going to keep a close eye on. Back to you, Clip.
All righty. Adam says, is it upset Saturday?
Upset Saturday?
That could bode well for East Carolina as they are underdogs on the road to the Houston Cougars. Weird score Saturday turned out to be weird for East Carolina because they nearly lost to Charleston Southern at home. So I'll take an upset Saturday. Chandler, I'm watching Wake and Army. Chandler, you're watching, and Navy just took the lead. They kick a field goal to go up 10-7 on Cincinnati in the second quarter. You're watching Oklahoma and Kansas.
It is now 4th down for Kansas, and I believe they're going to bring on the field goal unit to take a 10-0 lead.
And they did. The kick is good. 28-yarder.
Spoiler.
Let's see if he actually makes it on Chandler's computer.
All right, here we go.
If he misses it, we got major problems. God, how far are you
Snap.
back?
Hold.
Kick. God! All right, 10-0. The score there on our Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
All right, let's take a look at the Pirate offense and take a look at the UBE stat sheet brought to you by UBE, University Book Exchange, the best selection of Pirate gear that you can find. You can go online, piratewear.com, for all the best sportswear and accessories for Pirates of all ages every day. And I mean every day. It's game day at UBE. East Carolina coming into this contest after left some points and opportunities on the field down in Orlando. Got to cash in those red zone chances if they get those chances today when they take on Houston. But the offense right now is, and I'll pull up the stats here momentarily, East Carolina, boy, they changed the stats on me. What is going on? Okay, I think I found it. East Carolina is running the ball for 162 yards per contest, throwing the ball 268 for a total of 428 yards so far this season. And East Carolina is scoring 29.5 points per game. The stat you do not want to hear about is the third down conversions for East Carolina. Still really bad. 25-91 for 27%. East Carolina is 79% on fourth down, 11 of 14 on the year. So
I guess that makes up for it a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, it did in the, Tulane game where they were still awful on third downs, but they kept converting fourth down, so it didn't really matter. And Mike Houston used the word aggressive a couple times this week, so maybe we see more of that going forward on fourth down if it's fourth and manageable, and if you're on the right side of the field. Donnie Kirkpatrick, ECU offensive coordinator, went one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles. Let's hear that right now.
With ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick. And, Coach, let's talk about this Houston defense that you'll play against, the best defense in the conference, one of the best defenses in the country. They're only giving up 16 points per game and only 265 yards per game. So what makes them so good?
You know, they got good personnel. They are really good up front. I think you have to start the conversation about the defense with the front four. Just really two great defensive ends, plus two subs right there that they can rotate in, keep those guys fresh. Outstanding guys on the inside as well. And then a very experienced group of players in that they have 10 starters back. I think the 11th starter was a backup in the Big Ten last year. So just a veteran group. They do a lot of different things in the back end on coverage. Up front, just kind of come at you, big, fast, physical, and they play very aggressive.
Coach, when you're as good as they are personnel-wise, you don't have to do a lot of things to trick people, do you? And up front, as you mentioned, they just pretty much line up.
You know, they're not over-schematically, tricking people by no means. They have schemes if they need to do that. At this point, in the 6 games, they haven't been challenged enough by anybody, minus maybe Texas Tech in the first ball game, where they've had to show a lot of their packages. So hopefully we make them, have to show a few more things. But the scary part is they've just been able to line up and just stop people.
And the scary part, too, is the fact they have 24 sacks coming into this game, Coach. So the offensive line is going to have to really step up for you this week, isn't it?
That's a lot of sacks for a defense, and we've given up way too many sacks, so that compounds that issue or that worry. So we know we're going to have to get rid of the ball on time. Receivers are going to have to do a great job of getting open. We're going to have to help the offensive line a little bit. Obviously a good running game would surely help us in that situation as well.
Coach, let's talk about anything in particular that you guys concentrated on during the off week.
We just really kind of went back and went through all the analytical type things, what we were good at, what we were not very good at. I think most of that we already knew. We did give a few of the guys a chance to heal up a little bit, rest up a little bit. Holton would be one of those guys. He's played a lot of ball. He's had a little bit of a back issue, so it gave him a chance to just kind of do some rehab and rest his arm a little bit. Gave me a chance to work the other quarterbacks a little bit because you're always one snap away. And we did that a little bit with all the players at all the different positions, kind of did that too. And then we just got back to some fundamentals of getting out there and blocking and tackling and just, running routes the correct way and just doing those type things.
You mentioned Holton, and Coach Houston in his press conference on Monday said Holton just needs to have more fun and go out there and just kind of let it rip and not worry about all the noise. Have you seen that from Holton?
I worry sometimes that, we use a term, can you overcoach the guy? Can you be too specific? Can you give him too many directions, about look at this, the guy does this, or if they do this, read the coverage. And he's real cerebral, so he's going to study that. He's going to take what you tell him to do. And I've commented a couple times, probably over the last couple of weeks, Holton, don't worry about screwing up. Just go do it. If you do it wrong, just do it really fast. You're probably good enough to make it good. And I felt like maybe a couple times last week against Central Florida, if he didn't have coaches, maybe he'd have just pulled the ball down. He'd have just run it. I think he'd have done that maybe 2 or 3 years ago. So we're just trying to get him back. And that's what we mean by go have fun. We have nothing to lose. We're an underdog again, I think, for every game except for the one here. We've done better than that, and we've been close enough in the ones we didn't win. So we're just going to try to play a little bit looser. I think that starts with him.
Coach, you mentioned Holton has been a little bit banged up. I know the offensive line, a lot of guys have been banged up as well. So did the open date come at a good time?
I think it did. You know, it was midpoint in there anyhow. I think just the mental tiredness comes into play a little bit. You know, the offensive line, we're still on this 3 or 4 year of just everybody having some misfortune. You know, we've lost literally 3 right tackles, so we've had to shuffle the line around. They're all having to play different positions in case somebody else gets hurt. So it is what it is. That's college football. It's a hard physical game. It's a grind as we continue to try to build depth. You know, hopefully we'll have some more luck and keep some guys a little bit healthier, but we got 6 or 7 more games to go. I think we're as good as probably some other people are. So, you know, we just got to go grind it out.
And, of course, you're down one man in the offensive line from earlier in the year with Trent Holler, of course, entering the transfer portal. But the good news is Fernando Fry started a lot of games at center for you last year, Coach, so you've moved him in as the backup.
Yeah, you know, it's very unfortunate, and I feel very sorry for Trent and for his family, you know, and the circumstance which he's going to have to leave the program. We're very fortunate that a guy like Fernando, probably the strength is he's the jack of all trades, that he can do these things, and so we can use him. The other guy that's going to get a great opportunity here is Isaiah Foote, who's been working at guard, but we've also worked him as a snapper before in drills, and so we worked hard this week on trying to get him up to speed. I think he could have a future there. I don't know that he could this week, you know, because that's kind of a quick turnaround to learn a new position and have to snap the ball. But you know what? With every situation, the door opens for a new opportunity, and I think that might be his chance.
Coach, final question for you. Obviously, it's a challenge this week playing against this defense. What are the Pirates going to have to do to be successful?
Well, it is a challenge, and like I say, they're giving up 16 points a game, and you know what the 6 games have shown us is when we're able to score points. We scored 52, 42, and 31. We've won ball games, so we've got to be able to go do that. That's what this whole game has turned into. They're pretty good on offense as well. We're pretty good on defense, I think, though, so what we're going to have to do is not help them. We can't give them any points. We can't give them any good field position. And we're going to have to grind out some ball plays out there. We're going to have a lot of one-on-one opportunities on the outside. We're going to have to throw the one-on-one ball well. We're going to have to catch the ball. Obviously, we got to get it to the backs, and we got to find them some creases.
That's ECU offensive coordinator Donnie Kirkpatrick.
All right, Pirates are going to need some points today. Just looking at this series history, it has been filled with high-scoring games. Let's go back to, we'll start with 04, 34-24, Houston with a win over East Carolina. East Carolina won 37-35 in Houston in 2007. 08, 41-24, Houston beat East Carolina. 09, the Conference USA Championship, East Carolina won 38-32. Houston won 56-3 in 11. East Carolina won 48-28 in 12. Houston won 52-27 in 17 and 42-20 in 18. So, bottom line, this has been a high-scoring series, and despite Houston's defensive numbers, should be another high-scoring game today between these two teams. Let's take a timeout. We will come back. Hour 1 in the books. We'll be back with Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, and in that hour, we'll hear from some Pirate players. We'll hear from Pirate players Tyler Snead and Miles Berry. Also, Dustin Rensink from the Scott and Holman podcast. They cover Houston athletics. We'll get to know the Houston team a little bit. And speaking of that Conference USA Championship, I'll never get tired of hearing the great Ron Franklin call the Van Eskridge interception to clinch the Conference USA Championship. We'll hear that at some point on today's show as well.
Oklahoma, their new quarterback, true freshman quarterback, Caleb Williams, with his first interception of the game. Kansas has the ball back, and they are driving. They just picked up a first down, a 13-yard pass. It is weird score Saturday so far. Let's see if it can continue.
Shirley, what did he say?
So far. Did I say that?
So far? What's so
weird
far?
score Saturday so far? This is shocking. Navy has a 10-7 lead over Cincinnati.
Kansas has 10 first downs to Oklahoma's 2.
This is wild. I might have to watch this game. Although Wake Forest and Army has been great because they're just going back and forth. It is 14-all in that one. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back Hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate on the way after this. The best place for delicious food and great prices is Familia. Familia has something for everyone, like New York-style pizza, lasagna, chicken, veal, or eggplant parmesan, homemade meatballs, plus a variety of seafood selections and favorites, like the steak burger and southern pork chop. If you need food to go, Familia's drive-thru window is open and ready for all takeout orders. Familia, Fire Tower Road near Pitt Community College, and FamiliaNC.com.
Blue 42! Blue 42! Unlike football, life doesn't take a timeout, and anything can happen at any time. Unfortunately, anything isn't always a good thing. You need auto and life coverage, and agents. There for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You need North Carolina Farm Bureau insurance. Timeout? Not even in our vocabulary.
Pirate fans, call Brian Coleman or CJ Messerly at 756-3007.
North Carolina Farm Bureau Mutual Insurance Company. Farm Bureau Insurance of North Carolina, Inc. Southern Farm Bureau Life Insurance Company, Jackson, Mississippi. An independent licensee of the Blue Cross and Blue Shield Association.
Ahoy, mateys! It's Captain Jack Spare of R&R Tire Express. We're here to serve our pirate community by offering easy payments for easy ownership. For you landlubbers, R&R will install a new set of tires for just $20. $50 installs new custom wheels and tires. To learn more about R&R, stop by 3920 US 264 or rnrtires.com.
Be sure to check out David Price Construction for all of your commercial or custom residential renovation and building needs. Run by ECU alumni, David Price Construction specializes in commercial projects, maintenance on facilities, and large-scale residential renovations and additions. Proud to be voted the Remodeler of the Year by the Home Builders Association of Raleigh-Wake County in 2018 and Best Business Commercial Remodel Project winner for 2020. David Price Construction, the proud ECU Home Services partner.
Eastern North Carolina's choice for window tinting, signs, graphics, wraps, graphic design, and more is Signs and Tint. Signs and Tint is family owned and operated right here in Greenville, and their NC licensed electricians specialize in vehicle wraps, paint protection film, and more. They can even do building signs for your business. Signs and Tint offers 10% off for military and first responders. Also, make sure to mention Pirate Radio at checkout for a discount. Stop by their office today at 801 Staten Road or visit them online at signsandtint.com.
Pirate Nation, the newest sports bar is Quarters Bar and Grill, offering gourmet burgers, hot dogs, and wings with unique flavors Greenville has never seen. Pirates like to drink too. Quarters Bar and Grill offers a selection of 10 beers on tap and over 50 different craft beers. Come check us out at Quarters Bar and Grill, open Wednesday to Sunday, 11 to 11, located at the shopping center next to Krispy Kreme. Check us out on Facebook and Instagram and be on the lookout for Quarters Cash hidden around downtown Greenville. Quarters Bar and Grill, the plunder never tasted so good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Navy has a 10-7 lead over number 2 Cincinnati midway through the second quarter. It is Penn State with a 10-0 lead over Illinois in the second. Texas Tech leads Kansas State 21-7 in the second. It is Michigan 7, Northwestern 0 with 11 minutes to go in the first half. Kansas has jumped out to a 10-0 lead over number 3 Oklahoma midway through the second quarter. It's Florida State 17, UMass 3 with 9 minutes to go in the second quarter. And Wake Forest has just scored. They lead Army 21-14 in the second quarter. And the first quarter just ended. Virginia Tech and Syracuse tied at 7 apiece. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates. They are open from noon until 2 a.m. and with live music every night and food trucks during the day during football season. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Barak.
Da Buck. Man, it is a fun one here in these noon slate of games. And, Wake Forest and Army just going up and down the field right now. Kansas going up and down the field on Oklahoma. And they're driving, right, Chandler?
Yeah, they have it 3rd and 1.
All right.
There was a questionable no call. Looked like there was a face mask. There was no call, though. So, but looking to convert here on 3rd and 1.
Awesome. We will keep you up to date on what is going on in all the action on our Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Also, thanks to Bagel Man for the awesome pregame spread, as hooked us up with some plain bagels with the cream cheese. Had 3 different kinds of spreads, Shirley, to put on those bagels. Which one did you go with?
I went with just the basic, because I'm basic, cream cheese, but they also have cream cheese with chives.
Yeah, chives.
And then there's a pumpkin flavored cream cheese.
Everybody's got to throw some pumpkin in this time of year.
Yeah.
So
I'm not one of those pumpkin people.
You pumped.
The only thing I like pumpkin is my pie.
I tell you what I like, sausage, egg, and cheese, and they put that on a bagel, and it was phenomenal. So Bagel Man on Fire Tower Road, check them out. Great selection of awesome food there. All right, let's take a look at the UBE stat sheet. Tyler Snead is East Carolina's leading receiver in every category. 28 catches, 362 yards, his 2 touchdowns, tied for the most with who, Chandler? Pop quiz.
Say that one more time.
Who's the only other Pirate with more than 1 receiving touchdown this year?
With more than 1 receiving touchdown, is that Keaton Mitchell?
No, he has 1. Came in the first game of the season, first touchdown.
Is it
this player also?
Is it a tight end?
It is.
Is it?
No.
It's Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones has made the most of his opportunities. 2 touchdowns on 11 catches this year. Caught 1 of those from Mason Garcia. So it shows you how much Holt Nailers has spread around his touchdowns this season. Snead with 2, Jones with 2, Audie, CJ, Rajay, Keaton Mitchell, Shane Calhoun, Josiah Hatfield all have 1 touchdown, as does Holt Nailers.
From Tyler Snead.
There you go. All right, so Tyler Snead leading the receiving charge for the Pirates this year. He went one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles. Let's hear that right now.
Tyler, you got Houston coming up. Big ball game for you guys. Talk about what your team.
That is not Jeff Charles, Shirley.
Just
stick to what we've been doing and just play. All right, we did have a pre-production meeting.
Jeff, that is a great Mark Lindsay impersonation.
A little bit
for sure. A little bit for sure. In terms of focus, a little bit.
If anything, big ball game.
Keys to the game a little bit, for sure.
Boy, that was shocking, waiting to hear the
the
voice's voice and to hear Mark Lindsay come out. So, hey, we had to get Mark Lindsay into the show somehow. Shout out to Mark. Now let's hear Jeff Charles with Tyler Snead.
Tyler, let's talk about this Houston defense that you guys will face. They're only giving up 16.4 points per game. What has made them so good this year so far on defense?
They got great players. They got a great scheme, good coaches, and I think they execute. They don't make mistakes, don't really make mental errors, and so they play together. That's what makes them a great team, and we're excited for the challenge this week.
Tyler, you've had a really good first half. You lead this team in catches with 28. Just evaluate your performance, if you will, for us after 6 games.
Yeah, I think I've done a pretty good job of getting open and doing some stuff. I think I can definitely do better. I'm never satisfied, and there's always more room for improvement. So, going into these last 6, I think I need to step on it more and get open more and do better. But, first 6 games, I don't know. It's not up to my standards. I feel like I can do more for the team and do more for quarterback.
Well, you've had a really good first half. Coach Houston mentioned in the press conference today he is looking for a little bit more production from the kickoff return and the punt return. I guess you feel that same way too, right?
Definitely. That's just I got to do my job. I got to make something happen. Your job back there as a playmaker is to make plays. So, I've struggled with that so far this year, but hopefully these next 6 games I can get on that and just work it in practice, and hopefully it translates over to the game.
Tyler, you guys still have all your goals in front of you, don't you? It's a good feeling halfway through the season that your goals are still out there, a chance to have a winning year, a chance to go to a bowl game. So you guys must be excited for this one, an opportunity to pull an upset over one of the better teams in the conference and keep those goals still out there in front of you.
Yes, sir, for sure. 3-3 right now, and then we still got 6 left. So a lot can happen. We're really excited, and, this week would be a big week, especially since they are one of the top teams. Just helping with the confidence going into the other weeks with this would be huge.
Tyler, it's easy, I know, to get jacked up when there are 40,000 people at Dowdy-Ficklin Stadium and everybody's going crazy and you're playing at home. But how about playing on the road? Some players like to play on the road. Some players maybe don't like to play on the road as much. How about you?
I don't really, the fans here are great, and I always get pumped for them. But, I kind of fuel off when you get booed and if they're kind of talking to you from the stands, that just adds on to the chip on your shoulder, and obviously you want to go in there and you want to beat them. So, I think playing away is fun. It's fun to see everything, fun to see how their fans are. But, at the end of the day, you got to go in there and play the game. So
that's Tyler Snead.
East Carolina wide receiver Tyler Snead, one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles. When we look at the defensive stats on the UBE stat sheet, Miles Berry is East Carolina's second leading tackler. He has 34 tackles to Jaquan McMillan's 37 tackles. Miles has 1.5 tackles for loss and 2 quarterback hurries on the year, and he went one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles, and let's hear that right now.
Miles, here we are at the halfway point of the season for the Pirates, and for you guys, all your goals are still out there, aren't they? A chance to go to a bowl game, chance to have a winning season. So as we start the second half, a lot to play for, right?
Yes, sir. Everything is wide open. We've been playing very well, but we know that, for the first time, I can truly say that bowl season is definitely in our grasp, and we just got to take it a week by week, go 1-0 every week, and next thing you know, we'll be reaping the benefits and reaping the goals that we set for ourselves.
No doubt about that. Let's talk about this Houston offense. Clayton Toon at quarterback, and Nathaniel Dell's a really good receiver, and Albert McCaskill's a really good running back. Tell us about the Houston offense and what you guys will have to do to slow them down this week.
Yeah, like you just said, they have a very dynamic offense. Their passing game is very strong. So our main thing, we got to stop the run. Stop the run is always number one, and then force them into third and long situation and third down situations, and then just play very, very sound defense, communication all across the board, and get off the field on third and fourth down.
Miles, there's no question this defense is so much better this year and has made great strides with Coach Harrell running the defense now. After 6 games, halfway through the season, can you give a grade to this defense and how you feel you guys as a unit have played this year?
A grade I would give us is a C+. I feel like we are playing at a very high level right now, but we still have to finish games. We have to figure out how to finish games and how to win when the ball is in our hands. You know what I'm saying? So I would give us a C+ going into the latter half of the season. That is one of our main objectives, is just to finish games, stay playing with high energy, high physicality, but finish the game so we can get these wins.
Coach Houston said that defensively you guys need to stay away from big plays, too. Has that been an emphasis the last couple of weeks, Miles, is try and stay away from explosion plays from the opposition?
Yeah, explosive plays kill a defense, and I think that's another main emphasis that we have, getting the call and everybody just doing their job. When everybody does their job, that limits big plays, so, and even if a big play does happen, next play mentality and line down and get ready to prevent the next big play.
That's Miles Berry.
Miles Berry is selected to speak with the media, A, because of what I said a moment ago. He's the second leading tackler on the team, but B, he is a fantastic interview and has great answers, and enjoyed that one there, one-on-one with the voice Jeff Charles. Let's get another break in. We'll come back. When we return, we'll have a Houston scouting report from my buddy Dustin Rensink from the Scott and Holman podcast. They cover Houston athletics. We'll talk Cougars offense, defense, what they've done so far this season, and more. And you'll get to know today's opponent when we are back on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll also have more scores for you on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by DuBuck. Some teams, man, these coaching decisions, Kansas tried to kick a 57-yard field goal with a college kicker. Just baffling why you would do that. Was it 4th and 8? Just go for it. You're not going to make a 57-yard field goal in college. You're probably going to make a 37-yarder. Go for it. Take a shot. Maybe get a pass
interference.
interference.
Their defense has been playing well. Just pin them deep if not.
Do that. A 57-yard field goal. I mean, that's... Anyway. All right. Well, by the way, they lead Oklahoma 10-0. Maybe I shouldn't be so hard on them. 10-0 right now. Oklahoma being stymied by one of the worst defenses in all of college football.
You're being hard on them because I could see this in the East Carolina situation. That could be the turning point where things can get away.
Yeah.
Because you're never satisfied, especially against a team like Oklahoma.
I mean, you don't even feel that great up 13-0 anyway if you make the field goal. Instead, you miss it and give them great field position, and now they're driving. So, take a timeout. Come back more for you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate after this.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
Chico's Mexican Restaurant is the home of the best margaritas. Grab your amigos and head to Chico's every Tuesday for the Gulp of Mexico, a huge 46-ounce lime margarita for only $6.99. On Thursdays, relax and enjoy half-price pitchers of Chico's house margaritas. Choose from lime, strawberry, blood orange, raspberry, or peach. For Mexican food and fun, it's got to be Chico's Mexican Restaurant in downtown Greenville and online at chicosrestaurant.com. Chico's, where the fiesta never ends.
Hey Pirate fans, your one-stop shop for all your tailgate essentials is Shimmer Boutique. Need some purple and gold to wear? Shimmer has a great selection of clothing for men, women, and children. Need some shoes? Shimmer has the best selection of Hey Dudes around. Need a cooler for tailgating? Shimmer has you covered with a huge selection of Yeti and outdoor accessories. Shimmer, just 1 minute from the stadium on Greenville Boulevard behind Starbucks and in Winterville and Jacksonville. Find us online at shimmerboutiqueonline.com. Go Pirates!
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
I'm on site at the Gavigan Agency, and you guys have been taking care of my home and auto insurance for years, but I've been noticing that's not all you do.
First and foremost, Brian, thank you for trusting us to help you and your family with your insurance needs. And you're exactly right. We offer a full host of insurance products to help protect our customers' personal and business insurance needs. Let me introduce you to Nathan Brannon, our commercial insurance specialist, and he can tell you about some of the other products we offer.
Great to talk with you, Brian. As John mentioned, I specialize in offering general liability, commercial property, business auto, and workers' compensation insurance to independent contractors, small business owners, and larger commercial customers throughout Eastern North Carolina. As a graduate of East Carolina University, I am passionate about taking care of my fellow pirates.
Wow, sounds like the Gavigan Agency can provide you just about any coverage a business owner might need. So give the Gavigan Agency a call today for any of your personal or business insurance needs and let them show you the benefits of doing business with someone who cares.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Hey everybody, this is David Glenn, and you're listening to my favorite station in Eastern North Carolina, Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, our 4-hour voyage each and every ECU game day, which means, what do we got, 7:30 Thursday night?
Yep.
So we'll be with you 3:30 on the air on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll have a fun one, getting you set for the Thursday nighter between the Pirates and South Florida, and it's a home game, which means we'll have a lot more in-studio guests as well. So that'll be a fun one coming up on Thursday. Army back in the end zone again, and with an extra point, they can tie Wake Forest. It is now 21-20, PAT pending there. Michigan has the ball, I believe. Okay, they just kicked a field goal. They're up 10-0 on Northwestern. The Kansas Jayhawks are trying to pull off, will this be the biggest upset in college football history? The spread was, I think I can find it real quick.
App State, Michigan was pretty big.
Yeah. But this one, let me see what the number was on this game. Oklahoma and Kansas, 38.5.
Wow.
So probably not the biggest upset ever, but pretty close to it, as Oklahoma, nearly 40-point favorites, are down 10-0, and they have the ball third down, right, Chandler? Are you still watching this game?
Yeah, but I'm a little behind, a little bit for sure, if anything.
Thank you, Mark. 3rd and 12 at the Kansas 39, make it 4th and 6. So decision time for Oklahoma, as there is just 1:47. They're going to be trailing at halftime to Kansas. Cincinnati has kicked a field goal. They are tied with Navy. So the number 2 and number 3, as we get close to halftime, on the ropes right now in college football. Number 7 having a bit better go of it, but Penn State leading by just 3 over Illinois, 10-7. And Army does kick the point after touchdown to tie it up with Wake Forest. Good one at West Point, as it is 21-21. That game on CBS Sports Network. And there's a look at your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard update, presented by Dubuck.
Oklahoma going to go for it on 4th and 6.
All right. You figured Lincoln would. All right. You're a play-by-play guy. Give us the play-by-play on this.
4th down and 6. Here's Williams in the shotgun. Takes the snap. Looking to pass. Plenty of time to throw. Still looking. Now looking to go deep. Rolls right. And he has a man out there. Incomplete.
Wow.
No.
What?
They said he caught it.
Oh, God. Chandler.
I'm watching a feed here. I couldn't tell. It looked like he did not catch that football.
Where did he catch it?
Inside the 5.
Oh, wow.
He went deep.
There's the replay, and it looks like...
Sure. No, that's incomplete.
It is incomplete. It went right through the breadbasket.
Called it a catch on the field?
Yes.
All right. So
that will be overturned. That should not take long to look at.
First down, Jayhawks. So there you go. All right. Let's hear from Dustin Rinsing. He's a internet friend of mine, I guess. I know he's a real life friend, because one time they came here to a game and they joined us on the pregame show. So I've met this dude before. I forgot about that. He has a great podcast, the Scott and Holman podcast, where they cover Houston athletics. Good follow on Twitter. My advice earlier this week was follow them and then quickly delete and unfollow once they leave for the Big 12 for bigger and better things. But for now, a fun follow on Twitter. And he gave us a scouting report on the Houston Cougars. Let's learn about today's enemy and hear from Dustin. Let's talk about the Cougars, Dustin. And I admit, I've watched them play one time this year, and that was week 1 against Texas Tech. And not that I wrote them off for the season. I just thought, okay, It's Houston's a 8-4 team, a 6-6, 7-5, but they have put together 5 straight wins since that Texas Tech loss, and have looked really good doing so, especially on the defensive side of the ball. So, how do you handicap the first half of the season for the Cougars, Dustin? I know that the numbers look great. Maybe you haven't played the best competition to this point, but what do the Houston folks think about Dana Holgerson's team so far?
Yeah, you're definitely not the only person. There are some people within the U of H fan base who, similar to you, watched the one game this year, and that was the Texas Tech game, and maybe have kind of have bailed since then. And there's definitely some huge asterisks or some question marks, however you want to say it, with the level of competition since then, beating Rice and Grambling and Tulane and Tulsa. Maybe not the best murderer's row of opponents that Houston could have faced since then, but you can only face the teams on the schedule in front of you, and after a pretty disappointing second half letdown against Tech in the opener, U of H has done, for the most part, what they should be doing. They've had, a quarter here or there where they haven't played real well, but for the most part, they've looked pretty good and taken care of business against some lesser opponents. And, I've kind of said it really, even though U of H's record is better at 5-1 than what's been the last couple of years under Dana Holgerson, it does kind of feel in some way like they haven't really done anything new or different or better, because if you look at Dana Holgerson's teams the last couple of years, anytime U of H faced a good team, they lost, and anytime they faced a team that wasn't that good, they mostly, with the exception of Hawaii in the bowl game, took care of the lower tier of opponents, and that's pretty much what we've seen again this year. We faced a Big 12 team and lost, and we faced a bunch of, maybe below average to bad teams and took care of business. So the schedule this year for Houston has certainly shifted to a lot of more manageable opponents than what we saw the last couple of years with Cincinnati, UCF not on the schedule, Oklahoma not on the schedule, games like that were getting U of H in some trouble. But like I said, you can only beat the teams in front of you, so U of H has looked pretty good in that sense, and hopefully down the back half of the schedule we'll get some indication whether or not the 5 wins in a row have been kind of, opponent thing, or if it's U of H actually turning a corner.
Yeah, and I mean, you don't know right now, but you've seen it with your own eyes. I mean, the defense allowing 16 points a game, just giving up over 100 yards per contest. The passing totals per game against the Cougars is in the 150s, I believe. So just stellar defensive numbers. And again, is it fluky, Dustin? Or, I mean, do you think, at the end of the year, you're going to be looking at this saying this was a fantastic Cougars defense?
No, I think this is a pretty good Cougar defense. We definitely had more optimism on the defensive side than on the offensive side coming into the year, and it kind of tracks with what we thought as well, but we really thought that the defensive line was going to be kind of the strength of the defense that made everything work. Just looked like Houston had a lot of talented pieces on the defensive line. They expected to be able to rotate 8 or 9 guys and not have a lot of drop-off, and that's basically exactly what we've seen, that the defensive line has been making, quarterbacks running all over the place and giving them all kinds of trouble all year long. It's only seems to be getting better and better as the year goes on. In this past game against Tulane, Houston actually had 8 sacks of Tulane quarterback Michael Pratt, which I believe actually equaled his entire season total up until that game. He had gotten sacked 8 times, and U of H sacked him 8 times with 7 different guys. So it really, I think, gives you an indication of the fact that you can't just focus in on, D'Anthony Jones has been fantastic coming off the edge, but you can't just focus on D'Anthony Jones. Latrell Bankston, the Iowa State transfer, has been fantastic in the middle, but you can't just focus on Latrell Bankston, because U of H has a lot of guys on the line that the team feels really good about and have really shown their ability this year. And the fact that Houston has gotten so much pressure rushing most of the time, just 4 guys, haven't sent too many blitzes. They haven't had to get pressure on quarterbacks. So, when you get pressure with 4 guys, it makes your entire defense look a lot better. So, kind of the same thing. I'll see how we do against ECU and SMU next week, especially before we kind of anoint this one of the great Cougar defenses of the century or anything like that. But thus far, couldn't be more impressed and really feel pretty confident with that unit.
So you thought going into the year the defense would be ahead of the offense. That is, for an outsider, strange to hear, just because you know how our sports brains work. If we see something and it sticks for multiple years, we just kind of think that's the norm. That's going to be the case always. And I'm speaking of Dana Holgerson and wide open, high flying, high powered, high scoring offenses. But the defense seems to be the strength. How about on the offensive side for the Cougars this year, Dustin? Who do we watch out for on Saturday?
Yeah, it has been kind of strange. U of H is certainly a school that is used to being known for its offense, not its defense. And Dana Holgerson, they brought in a coach who's very much known for being with the offense, and so it's college football being the nonsensical sport that it is naturally. U of H has been leading with the defense this year. But I do think there are some things to like about the offense. The biggest thing for U of H this year has been offensive line continuity. Holgerson's first 2 years, never did U of H run the same offensive line out 3 games in a row because it was just constant injury shuffling. It's been, even you expect injuries on the offensive line, but U of H has gotten more than its fair share the last 2 years. And this year, U of H has had a pretty healthy offensive line. So I think that's been the biggest difference, that we have seen that unit take a step forward. The guys to watch out for, I think the biggest factor for U of H, even more so than maybe quarterback Clayton Toon, is wide receiver Tank Dell. They may be listed as Nathaniel on the roster, but he goes by Tank Dell. And he's been U of H's easily number 1 receiver thus far this year. I'm not even really sure who the close number 2 behind him would be. He's just been a huge integral part of the offense. Just anytime Houston needs some big yardage plays on 3rd and long or whatever it is, it always seems like Tank Dell is the guy that they find and has been picking up those yardage. And we saw in the Tulane game, Houston actually jumped out to a big lead and then started to struggle because Tank Dell got hurt and was out for much of that game before coming in for a couple of plays late. But the passing game never really got going again after Tank Dell went out. U of H had some success finally towards the end of the game on the ground. But I think, whether or not U of H, the passing game is working is a huge X factor, is whether or not Tank Dell is having a good game, because the staff kind of was talking about all offseason. They were concerned about their wide receiver depth, and that seems to have headed into the season. That we've seen a couple other guys, have made some big plays here or there, but there just hasn't been anyone that's been real consistent in the passing game like Tank Dell has. So I think he is, even more so than quarterback Clayton Toon, probably the MVP of the offense thus far.
So the Cougars are 5-1. No Cincinnati on the regular season schedule. Their biggest game of the season is next week against SMU. Any chance of a look ahead? Have you guys thought about that at all? I've been trying to speak that into existence, where the Cougars are preparing for SMU instead of ECU this weekend. Dustin, any shot of that happening?
Oh, I think that's definitely a concern that I have heading into this game, and because it's really easy to look at. If U of H is able to take care of East Carolina and then win that SMU game, suddenly they're 5-0 in conference play with Temple and USF, 2 extremely winnable games left on the schedule. I think if Houston gets through the next 2 games, they're essentially in the conference championship game, which is a pretty remarkable thing to say about a program that didn't have a lot of real high expectations coming into the year, and like we said, kind of lost a lot of the fan base with that early loss to Texas Tech. So it very much feels like it's within the grasp, and with Vegas setting kind of a surprisingly high 13-point line last I saw in this game, that definitely feels like that's going to be some motivation that Mike Houston could use for East Carolina. And from what I've seen of the Pirates, they feel like a very up-and-down team where, one game they're not going to play real well, the next game they play, quite well, and that's some good results this year as well. So not knowing quite what to expect from the opponent and just having that look-ahead game, definitely sweating this one out, and would just give anything to be able to just get through Saturday's game with any kind of win and get on to that SMU game.
Dustin Rensink from the Scott and Holman podcast, talking Houston football. And again, I have been banging that drum all week. Hopefully a little look-ahead action as the Cougars were able to watch SMU roll up a lot of points and win on Thursday night. That's their next date. And SMU is ranked, Houston receiving votes. So potentially overlooking the Pirates. We'll see if Dana's guys are locked in. And Rick Smith brought it up yesterday, that important for ECU to get off to a good start if Houston is overlooking East Carolina, because he said they'll wake up at some point, but at that point, our guys will have confidence. So it's always important, but especially today when you're a double-digit underdog, to get off to a good start on the road and start feeling good about yourselves. A moment ago, by the way, touchdown Wake Forest as they're getting close to halftime, but Wake Forest just scores to go up 27-21 over Army, PAT pending. I had said if Kansas is up 10-0, they've reached halftime. If Kansas is able to win this game, which would be insane, I said, would it be the biggest upset of all time? Brad tuned in and sent us a list of the biggest spread upsets of all time. And the biggest one was in 2017. Howard was a 45-point underdog to UNLV and won outright. Stanford, number 2 on the list, a 38.5-point underdog, beat USC. That is the same number as I saw for Kansas and Oklahoma, 38.5. So technically, spread-wise, it would be the second biggest upset ever when it comes to a gambling line. App State was 31-point underdogs to Michigan on that day in 2007. So something to keep an eye on. Also, Cincinnati gets a little momentum heading into the second half. They kick a field goal as time expires to go up 13-10 over Navy. Interesting one there. And they have reached the half in the Big House, and Michigan with a 10-7 lead over Northwestern. Penn State leads 10-7 over Illinois. And that is what's going on your Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard, presented by Da Buck.
Da Buck.
Take a time out, come back, and have more for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Back with you after this.
While you're sleeping, our whole hogs are slow cooking over wood to create that bite that Eastern North Carolina is known for. I'm Sam Jones, and for more than 3 generations, my folks have been the torchbearers for what whole hog barbecue is supposed to be. At Sam Jones, you'll find plenty of smoke, but no mirrors. Everything, and I mean everything, is made fresh daily, including our sides, sweets, and sauces. Come on over and see us at Sam Jones Barbecue, and I bet you'll be able to taste our passion in just one bite. Sam Jones Barbecue, Fire Tower Road.
There's no better time to drive away with a quality pre-owned car, truck, or SUV from Greenville Auto World. Greenville Auto World is your authorized rough country dealer. We specialize in lift and leveling kits along with custom wheel packages. Whether you're looking for ground clearance or enhancing the appearance of your vehicle, trust our team for your off-road experience. Greenville Auto World, 3840 South Charles Boulevard, across from Hardee's at Bell's Fork, or online at greenvilleautoworld.net.
Dear past, present, and future football watchers, football is back, just how you remembered it. Tailgates with an ice-cold Pepsi in hand? Totally back. That between-play sprint to the fridge for more Pepsi is back, baby. I really miss this. Anyways, consider this your official excuse for always putting football watching first, courtesy of Pepsi. That haircut appointment? Your mom told us you look great, so you should probably reschedule. Seeing the in-laws for the first time in ages.
It's been so long.
Nope, sorry, Susan. Not if it's on Sunday. Long story short, after the year we've all had, we think you could use a little football watching. So crack open a Pepsi and cheer your football watching face off. With love, Pepsi. Made for football watching. That's what I like.
Hi, this is Billy Parker at Parker's Barbecue. Did you know that we have party rooms at our Memorial Drive location? We can accommodate parties from 10 to 110, or anything in between. We can serve family-style buffet or order off the menu. Parker's Barbecue. Come celebrate with us.
The convenience of Pitt Greenville Airport is waiting just outside your front door. Service is back, so you're connected to destinations worldwide through flights from American Airlines. Plan your next trip. Book your flights today at flypgv.com or aa.com.
Are you starting to plan your holiday travel for this year? Book today on American Airlines at PGV and enjoy the friendly convenience of flying from your local airport. American Airlines and PGV. Book today at aa.com. PGV, where the pirates fly.
Pirate fans, get ready for a winning season and team up with Quality Equipment, your local John Deere dealer and proud sponsor of the ECU Pirates. When you do business with us, you'll get things done right. We're proud to offer a large selection of new and used John Deere equipment, a fully stocked parts department, and a highly trained staff who is here to support you throughout the life of your equipment. So get quality done right before every ECU game day and visit QualityEquip.com.
This is Coach Steve Shankweiler, offensive line coach for East Carolina University football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, it's halftime, and Navy is gone into the locker room trailing only by 3 to number 2 Cincinnati. Eastern Michigan leads Bowling Green 24-10 at the half. It is Penn State with a 10-7 lead over Illinois at halftime. It is Texas Tech 24, Kansas State 10 at the half. Northwestern trails number 6 Michigan 10-7 at halftime. Oklahoma has gone into the locker room without scoring a single point in the half. or in the first half. They trail Kansas 10-0. Florida State all over UMass, 38-3 is that score at the half. Wake Forest leads Army 28-21 at halftime, and Virginia Tech has gone to, or actually they're midway through the second quarter, and they lead Syracuse 14-7. Kent State has a 10-0 lead over Ohio, and coming up in about 20 minutes, it will be Texas State and Georgia State, and then at 3 o'clock, it'll be number 25 Purdue hosting Wisconsin. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall, your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates in eastern North Carolina. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night, and during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
All right, the Buck.
The Buck.
The Buck.
The Buck.
The Buck, the Buck, the Buck, the Buck.
I said
I couldn't resist
that this was not a great slate of college football or NFL games.
I was trying to think if you said it was for college. I know you said it for
More
NFL.
so for the NFL.
Yes, and that is true.
But also for college. But what that means is we get these awesome games.
Exactly.
Like, when the games look bad on paper, for whatever reason, they just turn into craziness,
Weird
upsets, weird screws. So that's what we're seeing so far on this noon slate, with Cincinnati only up by 3, Oklahoma being blanked 10-0. So some craziness going on early on, as we got 2 top 3 teams. And this is, by the way, this is not a good look for Cincinnati. Now that I'm, because they're probably going to win this game,
but it's going to knock them back.
It's gonna look bad against 1-5 Navy, so they might drop some spots just because they're not getting the style point.
Top 4.
Probably so. I don't know.
But I mean, Oklahoma is losing to Kansas.
Oklahoma's gonna win. What do you think the live line is on that game?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
Spencer Rattler.
Take a guess.
Oklahoma 13.5.
Nah, and that's what it was for most of the first half, but it's 7.5.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's low, but again, we're talking about a team that hadn't scored yet.
Yeah, but
you just assume they're going to, right?
Right.
And Kansas is going to blow this somehow.
Does Spencer Rattler start the second half for Oklahoma?
Yeah, I would. I would do something different.
Got to.
This is embarrassing if you're a Boomer Sooner. All right, let's go back in time, all the way back in the Wayback Machine to
09?
December 5th, 2009.
The winner of 2009.
Clip Brock, Shirley Rhodes. We're in the Pirate Radio studios for the Bud Light pregame tailgate. I was under the weather that day. And speaking of weather, there was weather at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium. So I decided to not go to the game. I did go to my parents' house and watched it. They had some folks over there. And I watched East Carolina and Houston. Were you there, Chandler?
I was at the game.
Did you go after the show, Shirley, or did you not? Do you remember?
I honestly don't remember. I want to say I was there, but I honestly don't remember.
I was 11 years old.
I can't remember what I did 5 minutes ago, much less 2009.
Case Keenum, how many times do you think he threw the ball that day?
34.
A lot.
75.
What?
56 of 75, 527 yards, 5 touchdowns, 3 interceptions.
I was thinking completions, but that's still a lot. 56.
You were still way low.
Yeah, I know.
56 of 75. The Houston Cougars had 30 rushing yards. They did not care about running the football at all.
No, sir. I don't blame them against that defensive
and a bad
front.
weather day. Right?
Yes.
Okay, wait. Was this the...
I'm going to wait.
Wait.
Conference USA Championship game?
That is what we were referring to.
That's exactly the
Boy,
game.
you catch on quick, Shirley.
You got it. That is exactly the game we're talking about.
Then I would say I was there.
Okay.
I was there.
Okay, I did not specify that I was talking about that game, but yes.
Okay.
That is what I was talking about.
Because what what team was it Marshall that we played prior
Southern
to that?
Miss.
No.
Let her finish.
Wait. Go ahead.
I'm gonna knock you into next week, son. No, it was the quarterback said something was running his mouth because they were going to be bowl eligible.
You're going way back, Shirley.
Was that before that?
This was Skip Holtz's first year, and that was it was either UAB or South Florida. It was a green team.
Yeah, I remember
and
it
his
was a
name
green
was
team.
Daryl Hackney or whatever.
Yeah,
and he guaranteed to win. And they lost the last game of the season.
That would have made them bowl eligible, or was it put them in the conference championship?
Yeah, it would have just made them bowl eligible.
Okay, all right.
But you're going. That was
further back.
That was Skip's first year, which was 05.
I told you I can't remember these things.
No, but I mean it is interesting. You thought about that. But we're 4 years later.
Okay, so we're 4 years later. Conference USA Championship game. Yes, I was there, and I did witness this. Now that I remember,
Patrick Peeney on the day, 21 of 34, 262 yards and a touchdown. Big day receiving for 17. Dwayne had 9 for 123 and a touchdown. Dwayne had a 69-yard kick return. Spida. Travis Simmons had a 21-yard punt return. 3 returns, 35 yards. Great day punting by Matt Dodge. I was probably looking at these old names. Running the football, the Pirates did run the football on that day. Giovanni Ruffin had 55 yards, 2 touchdowns. Dominique Lindsay, 75 yards, 2 touchdowns. So the Pirates ran the ball. Go ahead.
I had my hat signed by Patrick Pinckney at Professor O'Cool's.
Patrick, will you sign my hat?
He just walked in. We were in the back room, and he was knocking on the door. My mom said, there's somebody knocking on the door, and I think.
Oh, so at O'Cool's, you would go down the side.
You have to go on the side door
and go in that way.
And my mom
was
was
trying to go in the front, which is kind of the back of the restaurant.
Right.
Yeah.
And my mom was like, hey, I'm not going to. I'd let him in, but I don't think he's supposed to go in that door. And I turned around and said, Mom, I said, that's Patrick Pinckney. We're going to open this door for him. And we opened the door, and he signed some autographs. So
Patrick Pinckney. All right. The hero that day. A lot of heroes, but Van Eskridge had not 1 but 2 interceptions. I forgot he had 2 picks on the day. And he got this one with the call from the legendary Ron Franklin. I love how he says Eskridge at the end of it. Let's hear it, Shirley, and relive a great memory from ECU Houston's past.
Crowd coming to life, trying to help out the home folks here. Pirates trying to be the first team in this conference to win back-to-back Conference USA titles, and right now Houston, down 6, has got 50 seconds left in the ball game. Looking, going to go long for the end zone, and the ball is bounced and intercepted. Eskridge.
the crowd pop.
It's been, I'm told, louder at Dowdy Ficklin Stadium, but that has to be the best crowd pop.
But you know what? And that was a loud crowd pop. But now the place wasn't packed.
Yeah.
It wasn't. And I remember seeing that because it was in the corner of the end zone, and where I was sitting up in the press box, it was to my left. And I wasn't entirely sure if he got in at first because it happened so quickly, and I was like, wait, I want to be sure. And as soon as he, the referee made the notion that it was an interception, it took all of me not to jump up and down in the press box because you're not supposed to do that. And so it was all I could do. But I do remember that, and I do remember that crowd pop. Oh man!
I mean, that's chills. Let's hear it one more time because
you got to remember this is before the press box got renovated, so you could leave the windows open because the windows could slide back and forth.
This is also pre-Boneyard.
Yeah, so pre-Boneyard, because now the press box you can't open the windows, so you can't get that crowd noise. But
crowd coming to life, trying to help out the home folks here. Pirates trying to be the first team in this conference to win back-to-back Conference USA titles, and right now Houston, down 6, has got 50 seconds left in the ball game. Looking, going to go long for the end zone, and the ball is bounced and intercepted. Eskridge.
Yeah, that is like a stone cold level crowd pop there.
Yeah, and when you have when you have those windows open, which is what it's the only really disappointment that I have with the new press boxes. You can't do that anymore. You can't open the windows and hear the crowd. But man, was that fun!
I was crying my 11-year-old eyes out.
We did it.
I cried the game before when C.J. Wilson blocked the kick and returned it for a touchdown against Southern Miss.
Extra point.
That's right. It was an extra point, returned for 2 points.
Yeah.
And basically
against the nemesis, Southern
Miss Golden Eagles. That was Larry Fedora, and that was to clinch the East and to go into that game.
And back to back, the previous year, it was a turnover fest in Tulsa where our defense got like 7 turnovers or whatever that day. It was crazy. Then the next year they come back and knock off Houston, who was coached by Kevin Sumlin, who has been at like 3 other stops since then.
Didn't Houston have a wide receiver that was really good? We think of Case Keenum when we think of that year.
Well, they had a guy.
Who was the wide receiver?
Carrier. But also James Cleveland that day had 19 catches. I also remember Patrick Edwards. I remember those names. Carrier, Cleveland, Edwards.
I definitely remember Carrier.
Yeah. He had 11 for 94 and a touchdown.
Great memories.
Great memories in ECU and Houston history. Let's make another one today, guys. It's all about making memories along the way.
Hopefully there's plenty of TD ECU.
Let's take a break.
In TD ECU Stadium. As Mike Houston takes on Houston.
Please.
In Houston.
Be quiet, please.
Let's take a break.
Thank you. When we return, we will wrap up hour 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We are halfway home, ladies and germs. Coming up in hour 3, Stephen Igo, Jeff Charles, Brian Bailey, all live from Houston, plus a check-in with defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. We'll wrap up hour number 2 after this.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
Hey Pirate Nation, be sure you have the best comfortable shoes this tailgate season with a stop at Flea Feet. This is ECU alum Chris Lunyon, owner of Flea Feet of Greenville, and we provide solutions through one-on-one service to runners, walkers, and everyone in between. Flea Feet has the tools and technology to get you on the right shoe, including a 3D foot scanner that measures arch height, width, and more. Come visit us on Greenville Boulevard in the public shopping center right near the stadium. Be sure to run with us on Facebook and Instagram. Flea Feet, we run for you. Go Pirates!
This is Martin Truex Jr., and as a NASCAR Cup Series champion, I love one-stop shopping. When I need fresh tires or fuel during a race, my pit crew takes care of everything. Off the track, I have an Auto Owners independent agent. They handle all my insurance in one place: car, home, life, and business. Get your own pit crew and find a local agency with Auto Owners Insurance.
This is Brian Smith with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates!
At West Park Motor Company, customer satisfaction is the #1 goal while offering a wide range of cars, trucks, and SUVs at very competitive prices. Shop online at westparkmotorcompany.com right now to get started. Looking to sell your vehicle? Call West Park for a free appraisal. West Park is willing to pay more for your car or truck than the next dealer. West Park Motor Company with locations in Greenville and Washington, and proud courtesy car dealer for the Pirates for over a decade. Go Pirates! At Union Bank, we understand you live life on the go. That's why our banking options are designed to serve you, wherever you are. If you want to meet us in person at one of our local branches, complete banking tasks on the go from the mobile app, or bank from your office with convenient remote deposit and cash management services, we're everywhere you need us to be. Whether you're simply managing a busy schedule or an entire business, we're right there with you with personalized service and helpful tools. Call or visit us online at unionbanknc.com. Union Bank is a member FDIC and an equal housing lender.
It's bow time. You've probably heard folks say, don't call it a comeback. But at Bojangles, we don't like to beat around the bush. So when the sizzling, savory pork chop griller's back in all its tender, marinated chili lime glory, and you can get a pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, go ahead, call it a comeback. Get a legendary pork chop griller combo for just $4.59, only at Bojangles. It's bow time.
This is Coach Donnie Kirkpatrick, offense coordinator for ECU football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can follow us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM, and you can follow us on Twitter at FreePR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Rock.
Alrighty, back with you to wrap up our number 2 of the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Got a lot of live interviews coming up in hour 3, including Stephen Igo, The Voice Jeff Charles, and Double B Brian Bailey. We'll talk to them live at TD ECU Stadium coming up in a moment. We got some second half action going on. Oklahoma is driving. They got the ball at the Kansas 23, 1st and 10, down 10-0. Also Cincinnati and Navy getting underway in the third quarter. Right now, the Bearcats with a lean 13-10 lead over Navy. So they need to get some style points here in the second half. Illinois Penn State about to get going in the second half. That is 10-7 Nittany Lions over the Illini on ABC. Games coming up at 3:30. Let's see what we keep an eye on right before our show ends. Anything good? Oklahoma State, Iowa State, Wisconsin, Purdue is at 3 o'clock. Oregon, UCLA at 3:30. LSU, Ole Miss at 3:30. Clemson is an underdog to Pittsburgh.
3.5.
Yeah, that's at 3:30 on ESPN. That's a very strange sight to see, but I guess makes sense.
I heard you talking about Coma Guy yesterday.
Yeah, Coma Guy's going to be shocked. He might go into another coma when he wakes up and sees that Clemson is an underdog to rank Pittsburgh.
Yep.
I
got a trivia question for you.
I love trivia questions.
It just popped up here on the broadcast for Kansas, Oklahoma. Who was the last true freshman quarterback to start for Oklahoma? There's plenty of quarterbacks you can think of, but you got to think carefully.
I'm going to think carefully about this. So since Riley's been there, he has gone the transfer route until Spencer Rattler, and Rattler did not play as a freshman.
I first thought of Kyler Murray, and he transferred in from Texas A&M. I thought about Baker Mayfield, Texas Tech.
I mean, I'll just start naming some names. I'll go Sam Bradford.
Could be Sam Bradford. Who was the Knight?
Oh, you don't know the answer?
No, I have no idea. We can look it up, though.
If you ask a question, you got to know the answer.
It was one of the Aflac questions, and I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Jason White won a Heisman, I believe, there.
Who was the Knight fellow?
Brandon Knight?
Not
Brandon.
Brandon.
A basketball player?
He was.
I don't know. I'll just say Bradford, but I have no idea. Here comes Army. They are driving to start the second half around midfield as they trail Wake Forest 28-21.
Speaking of which, Oklahoma is currently in the red zone coming into the second half. They are, I believe this is a 1st and...
Wow.
I got it 3rd and 3 at the Kansas 5.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I just couldn't see it because Chandler's arm was in the way.
I have the answer. He's the first Oklahoma true freshman to start at quarterback since current receivers coach Cale Gundy in 1990.
Okay, I don't know who that is.
And
I have no idea who that is.
Oklahoma has scored.
So the Sooners are in the end zone for the first time, 10-7 the score. That was a long drive. I'm seeing 7:57 left to go. So nearly took half of the clock there in the third quarter, but the Sooners are on the board, 10-7 the score there in Lawrence. It is Navy football as they are trailing 13-10, but have the ball close to midfield, 3rd and 4 situation there. And Army is driving on Wake. This has been a back and forth game, and Wake has a 28-21 lead, but the way Army's driving, that may not last long. So we'll keep you up to date on all these scores, but when we return, we will talk to Stephen Igo from Hoist the Colors. He'll join us on the Fixed NC Live Line to talk Pirates and the Cougars. They're going at it at 4 o'clock. We are 2 hours away, and we got a lot more to go on the Bud Light pregame tailgate after this.
Come and explore great shopping in downtown Washington at Naughty Life. Hi, this is Gina from Naughty Life, and new fall merchandise is arriving every day, featuring all the new Yeti products, like the loadout buckets and waterproof dry duffel bags. We have new fall clothes for men, women, and children. At Naughty Life, we have something perfect for any occasion, like new jewelry and a great selection of sunglasses from Costa, Reflect, and RCI. Visit Naughty Life on Main Street in historic downtown Washington, and like us on Instagram and Facebook.
Do you suffer from pain, anxiety, or sleeping issues? Eastern Healthcare has a solution for you. Eastern Healthcare is the premier CBD store with retailer quality products to help with any ailment you might have. They carry nationally recognized brands such as Curative's Delta 8, CBD Distillery, and Charlotte's Web with a wide variety of delivery systems.
This is Adam from Eastern Healthcare. Come visit our store at 2245 Stantonsburg Road across from Vidant Hospital or call 227-4199. Eastern Healthcare. Wellness starts here.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Kyle Gaines from Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Not only will you feature a great selection of pre-owned inventory for sale, but we'll also buy your vehicle even if you don't buy one from us. Drive a little, save a lot. Give us a call and make a short trip to Washington and let us buy your vehicle today. It is totally worth it. We also service all makes and models at our state-of-the-art service department. Washington Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram between Greenville and Washington, and WashingtonChryslerDodgeJeepRam.com. Remember, drive a little, save a lot. Go Pirates.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those, but anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
Your power's out. There's a water leak. What do you do? For these and other utility-related emergencies, you need service, and you want it fast. There are two things you can do to get the quickest response if you're a GUC customer. First, you can call the hotline at 1-855-767-2482 and report any utility-related emergency. That number is also on GUC.com. Or second, you can give GUC your phone number. The hotline process is quickest when their account records have your current phone number. Service you can count on. Greenville Utilities.
Hey, Troy D here for my friends at Villa Verde. If you know me, you know I love being outside, but finding a good place to eat outside can sometimes be tough. Well, our pals at Villa Verde have fixed that. Not only does Villa Verde have awesome, unique, one-of-a-kind dishes here in Greenville, they also have a brand new outside dining area. And this outside area is sweet. It's covered, you're in the shade, and cooling fans are on. Enjoy the comfort and relaxation of dining outside with our friends at Villa Verde. Villa Verde on 10th Street, a platform for good.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, with 9 minutes left to go in the third quarter, Cincinnati still holding on to a 13-10 lead over Navy. Number 7 Penn State has a 10-7 lead over Illinois at the start of the third quarter. Michigan has added on a touchdown. They now lead Northwestern 17-7 in the third quarter. Oklahoma finally put a touchdown on the board. They only trail Kansas by 3. 10-7 is that score with less than 8 minutes to go in the third. Florida State leads UMass 38-3 in the third quarter. Wake Forest and Army are tied at 28 apiece with 11 and a half minutes to go in the third quarter. Virginia Tech leads Syracuse 19-13 at the half. And coming up at 3 o'clock in about an hour from now, it'll be number 25 Purdue hosting Wisconsin, and then at 3:30 it'll be number 23 Pittsburgh hosting Clemson. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. It's your beacon of music in the land of the Pirates, open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow the Buck on Facebook and Instagram for updated schedules, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Great update, Shirley.
Thank you.
Scores presented by the Buck.
The Buck.
We got Wake Forest getting the ball back after giving up a touchdown in the third quarter. That has been high flying back and forth. And then, as Shirley mentioned, maybe, I don't know, can Cincinnati get right here in the second half? Only up by 3. And Oklahoma trails by 3 as they did score to open up the second half. So Stephen Igo joining us on the fixed NC Live line. Igo, maybe some upsets brewing for these teams in the top 5 right now. Cincinnati on the ropes a bit, and Oklahoma still trailing to Kansas. Kind of weird to see those scores.
Yeah, and Cincinnati, we were watching that game earlier. Navy, not your explosive Navy, but their quarterback was making a lot of good decisions, kind of matriculating the ball down the field, getting 4 and 5 yards a pop, eating up clock. That's going to have to be how they win some of their games this year, and they're doing an effective job thus far. I still feel like Cincinnati will ultimately make a play to pull away, but Navy getting them all they can handle right now.
I go on location in Houston. Have you made it to the stadium yet, Stephen?
I am walking around the stadium as we speak. I'm looking directly at the TD ECU Stadium sign, and we are trying to. I'm with Sam Anderson, former Hoist the Colors great contributor, and we caught up here, and we're trying to make it into their Fertitta Center to check out the new digs on the basketball side before we make it into the football stadium. But yeah, checking out TD ECU Stadium now. The tailgating scene is okay. They've got a lot of food trucks around the stadium. Decent atmosphere, nothing compared to ECU, but a couple hours away from kickoff. It seems to be building a little bit.
Did you ever go to the old Robertson Stadium?
I did not. The first time I covered a game here was at TD-ECU Stadium in 2017. So this is my first time. And very nice stadium. Not the biggest in the world, but it's kind of perfect for what they need overall.
Yeah, major upgrades. Jeff Charles said it is. I asked him, was it Big 12 ready? And he said maybe not as big as some of those stadiums you'll see in the Big 12 conference, but definitely a nice upgrade there for the Houston Cougars. I got you crunched the numbers all week. 5-1, 5 wins in a row for Houston, but it almost feels like we've done this a lot. We did it with Marshall, I remember. How good are they? They hadn't played the stiffest of competition. Now, they've played some conference games and beat some conference foes. So it's not like they've played all patsies, but they lost that game to Texas Tech, haven't lost since. How good, are they legit defense, 16 points a game allowed? Are they as good as their numbers say right now, do you think?
I think the reality is they're somewhere in the middle, and it's a case where they're good. They're good defensively. Are they 16 points per game good? Realistically, probably not against a normal schedule, but they played who they needed to play, the teams that are on their schedule, and they've done really well and really kind of taken it to them. I think ECU is at a point where if it goes out and operates at peak efficiency, they're capable of winning this football game. The problem is, in some respect, you don't know really how good Houston is. We still don't really know what type of team ECU is. I feel like they're improved defensively. There have also been instances where they just haven't looked very good on that side of the ball, though, in certain games. And then offensively, they've scored 52, they've scored 42, and they've scored 31. All three of those are wins. and then they've scored 19, 17, 16. All three of those are losses. So a lot of it comes down to just can the offense score enough points against this Houston defense. I think realistically somewhere in the middle on both sides. And but the difference is ECU is playing on the road, Houston's playing at home where they've had a lot of success, and I think that gives them the advantage.
Pirates have had a long time to think about and hopefully quickly move on from the loss in Orlando. And I mentioned it with Weave earlier. The last time we saw this defense on the field, they gave up that 4th and 8 and eventually gave up a touchdown. So I know they want to right some wrongs from the last time they were out there on the field. And again, we've focused a lot on the Houston defense leading up to this game. Haven't talked much about their offense, Igo. So what do they do well? What does ECU need to watch out for when the Pirates are on the field defensively today?
You know, Clayton Toon's a veteran quarterback, a guy who's just going to kind of take what the defense gives him in a lot of situations. Really strong arm. You know, in the past years, he's had a couple of interception problems, but this year has kind of honed in on that a little bit. Very good throwing to his right on the move. I think it's probably one of the best quarterbacks ECU will face all season, but one of the top guys in terms of conference play. In terms of if you don't get pressure on him, he's going to beat you. And so I think solid receiving corps, not quite the receiving corps of past years. Nathaniel Dell, also known as Tank Dell, kind of your slot speedy guy who has a chance to make big plays. They also have a couple other guys who are solid. And then at running back, they got a true freshman who's one of the top true freshman backs in the nation, and McCaskill, who had offers from Alabama, Auburn. So, you know, they're solid offensively, but not what you would think of maybe a normal Houston team under Dana Holgorsen on paper. They're more built off balance right now, and they kind of play to their defensive strengths. They eat a lot of drives in terms of eating the clock off. So I think they're solid on both sides of the ball, but definitely their defense has carried them to this point.
Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us. Igo, we made our picks on Tuesday. I had ECU plus the points. I believe you did as well, but we both have Houston winning the game. So is that what you're thinking now? Do you have a score in mind for today's contest?
You know, I think if I had to take one in terms of the under or the over, I would take the under. I just feel like ECU is going to have trouble scoring in this game, and I don't really see either side getting many big plays. And I'll probably end up regretting that statement because that's how it usually goes. But I feel like Houston has struggled with explosive plays this year for the most part, and then Houston plays a lot of base defense, so they don't give up explosive plays for the most part. So I think you'll see a lot of longer drives. I think you'll see a decent amount of punts. And, you know, I think it'll be similar to UCF in that when ECU gets in the red zone, they're going to have to finish with touchdowns because I don't think they're only going to get so many opportunities. So, you know, I just see this as more of a defensive game. And if I had to pick a score, I think I have 28-21 as my official prediction for Houston winning. But I could see it getting into the low 30s if both offenses hit some plays.
Yeah, and on that note, we say it every week, but I remember you pointing out that ECU is going to have to establish some type of run, go on some type of drives, just because you don't think the big play is going to be there for him. I guarantee Donnie does have something drawn up. The Pirates have gone to the trick play well quite a bit this year, and, you know, with 2 weeks to practice, Stephen, they've drawn up some new things in that department.
Yeah, I would be surprised if we see something soon off the Mason Garcia package in terms of a different look, not just a traditional run or a pass, but maybe a throwback to Holton or something, you know, misdirection. They've done pretty basic stuff to this point off that package. And, you know, with the Tyler Snead thing, I don't know how many more variations you can have off of it, but
yeah.
You got to do something unique this game. I don't think you're just going to be able to line up and run inside zone consistently and have success. You're going to have to attack the edges. Maybe your running game in this game is more of a quick passing game. Get those running backs and Tyler Snead in space, use some jet sweeps. You're going to have to do some different stuff, I think, to kind of attack the edges along with the overall Houston front.
Real quick before we let you go, you mentioned Mason Garcia. I know he was banged up a little bit coming off that UCF game. Let's get a quick look at the Orthopedics East injury report, brought to you by Orthopedics East, offering a variety of services that will get you back in the game. For experienced and professional medical care, visit Orthopedics East on W.H. Smith Boulevard in Greenville, online orthoeast.com. Bailey Malovic out for the year, another Pirate tackle What's the update on Rob Vanderland as he is hopefully returning from injury? And how about Garcia and any other guys that are banged up that you know about heading into today's game?
Garcia should be fine. He was throwing on Wednesday when I was out there. Vanderland was not practicing Wednesday, so I doubt he will play. Zach Bird, tight end, is going to be out a couple weeks. He injured his hand in practice. But, outside of that and other long-term stuff we've already known about, nothing crazy in terms of injuries right now. And I think Vanderland, the hope is looking back for South Florida or Temple, which will help.
All right, go. Thanks for joining us, man. Enjoy the game and have a safe trip home, and we will see you on Tuesday.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen Igo, Hoist the Colors, joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. We've got a touchdown, according to Chan Man, in Lawrence, Kansas. Who scored it?
The Jayhawks.
Wow.
Go up 10, 17-7.
Okay. Starting to feel real. Does it feel real yet?
Feel real?
As in, yeah, my buddy Feel Real.
Feel real?
You know Phil?
Feel real still?
I still think Oklahoma wins this.
Yeah, I still have that feeling. Now, they're approaching the fourth quarter. Not sure if they've gotten there yet. I know there was only a couple minutes in the third.
I meant to ask Steven, I'll ask you, Chandler, if Kansas wins and Lincoln Riley's fired tonight, would you accept him back as offensive coordinator at East Carolina?
I would, but the thing is he would never come here after being at Oklahoma.
We got a fumble! And bodies piled up, and we'll have to see who recovered that. It looks like Army got it back. Wake Forest, during that chat, hit a 80-yard touchdown bomb, 35-28. Army's got it third down as this one is going back and forth. Fun game.
I should have answered your question with, well.
Donnie, what do you think about Lincoln returning and taking over your duties?
Well, that's not good because that means I'm gone. But I could go back to receivers coach. I was there before. Coach guys like Snead and what's the other guy's name? Johnson. Troy likes to call him Chris Johnson, but he was a running back here in the late 2000s.
All right, Donnie, we'll let you get ready for the game today.
All right. Well,
thank you for joining us. Good stuff, Chan Man. All right, let's take a break. We'll come back. When we return, we'll hear from the defensive side of the ball. Defensive coordinator Blake Harrell, his one-on-one with Jeff Charles is on the way. We'll also look at the defensive numbers for the Pirates when we return after this.
In sports, if you think joy only happens after you win, think again. Look at the world's most successful athletes like Serena Williams, Brooks Koepka, and Alex Morgan. They don't spend all their days grinding away. They take time to enjoy themselves, like getting together with friends over a Michelob Ultra, because they know that happiness is the key to winning, and that joy is the whole game, not just the end game. Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Enjoy responsibly. AB Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
It's Bostic Sugg Furniture's 84th anniversary. Since 1937, Bostic Sugg has built a legacy based on quality furniture, value, and exceptional customer service. Get anniversary savings up to 15% off store-wide, plus 6 months special financing on brands like Lazy Boy, Kincaid, Rowe, Bassett, and more. Plus, for a limited time, get local delivery for only $19.37. Wake up to a whole new you and enjoy 72 months special financing on a new Serta or Restonic mattress now at Bostic Sugg Furniture.
Hello, Pirate Nation. This is Bram Anderson from Tiebreakers, and we are excited to announce that we will be opening our second location in Winterville soon. Right now, our growing company is hiring team members for all positions for both locations. We need managers, bartenders, servers, cooks, and dishwashers. If you're looking for an opportunity to be on a fun and exciting restaurant team, then come see us today. Apply in person at Tiebreakers at Bells Fork. Check us out at tiebreakersnc.com.
If you are push mowing your yard using an inefficient lawn tractor, or your current zero-turn spends more time in the shop than mowing your grass, it's time you look at a Hustler zero-turn lawnmower. Residential mowers from Hustler are built like tanks and drive like sports cars. All Hustler mowers have fabricated, welded steel decks. Don't settle on cheap units with flimsy stamped decks from big box stores. Come see Ron Ayers Motorsports and we'll guide you to the right mower for your property and your budget. Find us at Ron Ayers Motorsports, Highway 11 north of the airport in Greenville.
Sawyer's Fun Park is now open in Greenville. This state-of-the-art 40,000 square foot facility features a 2-story LED interactive laser tag, a one-of-a-kind 2-story ninja course, a ropes course with a 180-degree zip line, and it's only one of 5 in the country that are indoors. Multiple climbing walls, a super cool arcade with 40-plus games, and a brand new full-service cafe and bar for adults. Visit the brand new Sawyer's Fun Park, now open, located right behind ARU on Corey Road, Greenville.
Do you have any real estate questions about buying or selling residential or commercial properties? Are you curious about this current real estate market? Do you need a property manager for all your rental houses? This is proud ECU alum Scott Harris with RE/MAX Preferred Realty and SD Harris Properties, and I would love to help answer every question you have and show you a real estate experience that will be memorable and enjoyable. Every step of the way, I'm here to make your dreams a stress-free reality. Call me today at 347-1857. That's 347-1857. Go Pirates.
Pirate Radio.
You know, I think this is a pretty blue-collar, tough, hard-nosed fan base, and that's where our teams are going to be.
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Well, welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube and search for Pirate Radio TV and subscribe today. Watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday, 3 to 6 p.m. and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and the U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. And a quick Buccaneers scoreboard update for you. Oklahoma has put some points on the board, and they now lead, 24? Is that 17-14. Thank you.
Kansas leads.
What did I say?
Either
Oklahoma.
way, Kansas
leads 17-14. Thank you. The score, I had looked over at the score since Chandler's over here watching the game, and the score disappeared, so I was having to rely on Chandler.
Best in the business, Shirley Rhodes. How about this, Shirley? Remember last year, fans couldn't go to games?
Yes, I do.
We have the complete opposite of that happening in Kansas. They just tweeted out 6 minutes ago from the official KU Athletics Twitter account. The gates are open on the east and west sides of David Booth, Kansas Memorial Stadium. No ticket required.
Just show up.
Show up, be loud, rock chalk.
We're going to be playing a football game.
So, by the way, the game's are they in the fourth quarter yet? 10 seconds left.
10 seconds left, yeah.
And they're saying, hey, anybody within the vicinity, come on in.
Essentially, if we win this game, we want you to bum rush the field. It's
Pretty
basically
much,
what they're asking.
And I guess there's
without asking.
Plenty of seats available. This is, I don't remember seeing something like this before.
I thought about it a while ago. If Kansas was to upset Oklahoma, there wouldn't be anybody hardly in the stands unless they just started letting randos in.
Well,
and
here come the randos.
Here come the randos.
Hey, all you Kansas basketball fans that show up every week that forget we have a football team, come out to our stadium right now. Help us out. Goodness gracious. We've got another long play and another touchdown in this Wake Forest Army game. 5:30 left to go in the third quarter, and Army scores. And now it is 42-34. Wake Forest leading, PAT pending. All these scores courtesy of the Buck.
The Buck. How about that last touchdown for the Demon Deacons?
So I looked up late, so I don't know what the original formation was. It was 4th and 4. I don't know if they were faking a field goal or a punt or had their regular quarterback in, but Army snaps it, and they do that beautiful play where everything's flowing to the right, and one guy leaks out to the left. And I told you, Chandler, that guy was wide open.
It was.
It looked like a touchdown.
It looked like a touchdown.
And out of nowhere, this Wake Forest defensive back comes over, makes up the ground, picks it off, and takes it to the house. about 75 yards. It was an awesome play.
The holder could have been the backup quarterback.
It could have been.
They're showing it right now on the broadcast.
But again, it looked like that play was there, and that was just a great defensive play. But as we talk about that, Army scores a touchdown, so that one is going to be whoever has the ball last wins it. All right, let's hear from the defensive coordinator of the Pirates, Blake Harrell. As we look at our UB stat sheet, East Carolina is allowing 28 points a game. They are giving up 159 on the ground, 299 through the air for a total of 459 yards. That's a lot of yards, but the Pirates have made up for it in the turnover game, as they have been forcing a lot of turnovers this year. We know about Jaquan McMillan and the secondary, and also forcing fumbles as well. Pirates have been pretty good on third down, too. 30 of 85 opponents are converting just 35% of the time. So there's some numbers on the UB stat sheet. Let's hear from the man himself, Blake Harrell, as he went one-on-one with Jeff Charles.
With ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell. And, Coach, let's first of all talk about Clayton Tune, the quarterback at Houston, what really jumps off the page at you. He's right at 70% as far as his completion percentage is concerned. So this is a guy that's been really accurate.
Very accurate, throws a really good ball and has really good guys to throw it to. So really good football player back there. Has a presence in the pocket, big kid. And does a good job running their offense, getting the playmakers out wide, put them in the right play, and knows exactly where to go with the football.
And let's talk about that playmaker for one on the outside. Nathaniel Dell's having quite a year, Coach. He's not very big, but he's really quick, isn't he?
Yeah, he can come off the ball and get loose and get free in some coverages. And the quarterback's really good at finding whether it's zone or man. So he creates some matchup problems.
How about Albert McCaskill? The true freshman's made quite an impression as a running back.
He has. I compared him to some older guys in our league, and he's not playing like a freshman. He's a bigger kid, strong kid, and has a bunch of touchdowns and a bunch of yards. And, he's running through Tulsa and just whoever he plays, and done a really nice job there of giving him a run game and a very strong, balanced run game that you gotta be well prepared for.
Coach, how about their offensive line?
Huge, big. Not only are they that, they're very athletic. They're well coached. They pick up pressures. They pick up movements. When they pull, they look, very athletic. Their left tackles, one of the bigger kids in our league, 6'6", 6'7", and just long and huge and really good feet too. So center's a transfer from La Tech and started a bunch of ball games there. So, their whole offense is experience, whether it's, they've always been at Houston or whether they're transferred in, whatever it may be. So they're very well balanced offensively, run game, pass game, quarterback, O-line. So just a lot of challenges and looking forward to it.
Coach, when you take a look at your defense now, you guys had the week off last week and maybe a chance to sit back and evaluate a little bit as to where this defense is after 6 games of the season. Any particular thoughts come out of your mind after 6 games?
No, I think anytime you have a chance to step back away from it for a week and kind of look at, hey, what we're doing good, what we're doing we got to improve on, and kind of say, where do we really need to go, the directions, and you kind of fine-tune some things up there. And the main thing for us is getting our guys back healthy and back to full speed and 100%, so they're playing fast and can go play the game we want to play, physical and fast and all those type of things. So it's been good, just to see what we do well, what we can build on, what we need to improve on, where teams might be trying to attack us, and what answers do we have for that. So it gives you a chance to kind of build some little packages there.
Coach Houston said he's looking for improvement from the defense as far as eliminating the big plays. Is that something you guys have been concentrating on?
Yeah, and I think we've done a better job as the season went along, is just eliminating big plays, less and less explosive plays each week, run game, pass game, keep the ball in front of you, and there's different ways you can do that. And just, one is just playing fast and physical and playing the way you want to play, but also, schematically, hey, maybe drop another guy extra and keep the ball in front of you, or maybe picking the right time to bring pressure and those sort of things.
Coaching is always fine-tuning everything, isn't it? I know you guys spend hours and hours watching tape and coaching these guys, and you're always trying to make little tweaks here and there, aren't you?
Yeah, we talk about the game of college football changes over the years, but even within a season, you look and say, hey, how are offenses adjusted to defenses, and how can we adjust to offenses, and what's winning games right now? And it's not necessarily the yards given up. It's, how many possessions do you get your offense? Can you create some turnovers, get off the field on third down, not give up explosive plays? So that's winning ball games right now, all across college football at all levels.
So, Coach, give us a couple of keys here. This is a very good Houston offense. They're averaging 37 points per game. What's it going to take to slow these guys down?
Yeah, they're very explosive. Out wide in the backfield, quarterback's really good. So, you got a huge challenge. Well, for us, it's going to about physicality. Can we be more physical than our offense? Be physical with those receivers, be physical with the ball carriers, be physical with the goal line. So that's our number one goal. And if we can do that, I think, we'll create some turnovers. We'll put them in some third and long situations, and everything else will kind of build along that and just keeping the ball in front of us. So that's our main focus this week, and it has been, and our kids are excited about it and ready for the challenge.
That's ECU defensive coordinator Blake Harrell.
All right, Blake Harrell, hoping for a good defensive performance today and happy that he's not facing Army or Wake Forest, because guess what happened during that conversation? Another touchdown. The last 48 seconds of game time in this Wake Forest Army game, there's been an 82-yard interception return for a touchdown, a 71-yard touchdown run, and a 75-yard touchdown pass. It is 49-35, and there are still more than 5 minutes left in the third quarter. This one has gone completely mad. Chandler, what's going on in Lawrence, Kansas?
Kansas just punted the ball away to start the fourth quarter. Oklahoma with the ball back, down 3, 17-14, looking to take their first lead of the game.
Were you watching? I noticed it out of the corner of my eye when they were doing the time lapse of fans in the stands in the first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. Mm-hmm. And hopefully by the end of the game, it'd be cool to see the entire fans full of blue. Yeah. Because they, if you missed it, they are allowing anyone who wants to come to the game to come and watch. The gates are open. Just go in, find a seat, and cheer as the Jayhawks try to pull off a massive upset. It would be the second biggest upset in college football history, tied for second behind Howard and UNLV from a few years ago.
Oklahoma a favorite of 38.5. Is that correct?
That is correct. And Caleb Williams came in the Texas game. Is this his first start?
Yes.
Okay, so his first start for the freshman, and he has not been able to get this offense cooking as of yet. All right, let's take a break. We will come back. When we return, we will visit with the voice as Oklahoma is going to have it 1st and 10 at the 22-yard line as we go to break here. Jeff Charles live from TD ECU Stadium, looking to paint it purple today with a Pirate upset. We'll talk about it when we return after this.
The Rick House is Eastern North Carolina's premier American-style restaurant and bourbon bar. Join us at the Rick House for mouth-watering steaks and made-from-scratch pastas. Check out the 16-ounce cowboy steak and our seafood delight pasta. The Rick House is open for lunch daily from 11 to 2, Monday through Friday. Take a break from your workday with lunch at the Rick House. Join us for our legendary brunch on Sundays from 10 to 2. The Rick House, American Provisions and Spirits, 710 Red Banks Road beside the bowling alley in Greenville.
The Buccaneer Music Hall is your beacon of music in the land of pirates and ENC. Open 7 days a week. Plus, the Buck has live music every night, along with football. The Buck has a brand new 15-foot 4K screen, the only one in Greenville, and over 18 big screens with all your college and pro action. Sunday Fun Day will also be stocked with the biggest Bloody Mary and Mimosa bar, along with the NFL Sunday Ticket and food trucks out back. Check out the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open every day, noon until 2 a.m., with live music every night, and now football and food trucks during the day. BMS Builders is your premier custom builder in Eastern North Carolina. With Blackwood and Mills Creek in Greenville, Dalton's Cove in Farmville, and Belmar and Ayden, these are just a few of the developments featuring BMS Builders homes. They can build the home of your dreams. Just ask Dr. Dennis Ross in Greenville or East Carolina football coach Mike Houston. They built their homes, and they can build yours as well. BMS Builders. Give them a call at 916-1578 for BMS Builders. Hey, this is Troy D., proud ECU grad from the class of 94. And if you know me, you know I love the 90s here at ECU. It was some of our glory days, including bowl games, the Peach Bowl, and even a March Madness appearance. Relive those days with my friends from Tailgate Classics. Tailgate Classics is a cool retro store with all types of merchandise, including the 90s ECU vintage tees and hats. Check out Tailgate Classics in person, 304 Evans Street, or online at shoptailgateclassics.com. Tailgate Classics, bringing back the throwbacks.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
Warren's Hot Dog Pizza. Homemade lemonade.
Hey, Pirate Nation, are you ready for some Warren's hot dogs? Warren's Original Hot and Judy's Mild Sweet Chili Hot Dogs have been the official hot dog of sports fans for over 30 years. Pick up a tailgate special this football season of 10 or more hot dogs for only $1.50 each. Warren's in Greenville across from Ron Ayers Motorsports and the new Chocowinity location next to the fire department. Warren's Hot Dogs. Want some? Get some. Go Pirates.
Hi, this is Phil Steele of Phil Steele's College Football Preview Magazine, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, at the end of the third quarter, Cincinnati is starting to pull away a little bit. They scored 2 touchdowns in the third, and they now lead Navy 27-10. Penn State still holding on to that 10-7 lead over Illinois. Michigan has put another touchdown on the board. They now lead Northwestern 24-7. Oklahoma has jumped out to a 21-17 lead over Kansas in the fourth quarter. It is number 16, Wake Forest 49, Army 35 in the third quarter. Florida State leads UMass 52-3. Virginia Tech is trailing Syracuse by a point, 20-19 is that score in the third quarter. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard, brought to you by the Buccaneer Music Hall. Open from noon until 2 a.m. with live music every night. And now during football season, they have food trucks during the day. Follow them on Facebook and Instagram for an updated schedule, and we'll see you at the Buck. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
The Buck. The Hokies are rocking the Michael Vick era jerseys today. They look really cool. Brings back some good memories of really good Hokie football. We got an interception as Army, every time they try to throw the ball, it does not work out. We got an interception in that game, but there is a flag on the play, so it might be first down Army as they trail by 14. As Shirley just said, Oklahoma, their first lead of the day against the Kansas Jayhawks, and we'll see if they pull away now as they're up 21-17 in the fourth quarter. All right, let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line and head out to Houston and visit with the voice Jeff Charles as he joins us today, getting ready for the call. And Jeff, let's get a weather report. How's the weather in Houston, Texas this afternoon?
Hey, Clip, it is hot, it is humid, it is muggy. It'll probably be in the mid, maybe the upper 80s. Kick this thing off today, and it's going to be maybe the hottest weather conditions the Pirates have played in this year. Now, the good news is if you're a fan sitting out in this hot weather today, the sun's not going to be beating down on you because it's very overcast. In fact, you already have the lights on here this afternoon in Houston for this one, but I'll tell you what, Clip, it feels like Eastern North Carolina, July and August humidity down here today.
Wow, a hot, cloudy day there in Houston, Texas. Jeff, we went over the Orthopedics East injury report with Stephen Igo a moment ago. Let's hit more of that, as he said that Zach Bird's going to be out for a little while with an injury. Rob Vanderland didn't practice on Wednesday. According to Igo, we're awaiting his return on the offensive line. Of course, Bailey Malovic out for the year. Mason Garcia banged up a little bit in the UCF game, but Igo said he should be fine today. He practiced on Wednesday. So, Jeff, outside of that, do you know any more bumps and bruises on this team right now?
Yeah, there's one more, Clip. It is the free safety, the starting free safety, DJ Ford, the transfer from North Carolina, who's been playing really well. He has a shoulder. I don't believe he's going to play today. If he does, I think it'll be a limited number of repetitions for him, so that's not good. That hurts you in the secondary, and he's in
having a really good year there. So, yes, and Mason Garcia, when he tried to run over that UCF nut at the goal line on that play, they brought him in for really banged up his shoulder. And I don't expect him to play today. And they've been trying, as you well know, Cliff, to at least get him in for a play or two here and there. I will be surprised if that happens today. So, again, some injuries. You like to think you're coming off that bye week and an open date week and guys are healing up. But unfortunately, the Pirates have had a few injuries here the last couple weeks.
Yeah, still some bumps and bruises along the way. We talked to DJ Ford Mondays inside the Players Lounge, and I knew he was banged up and was feeling better when we talked to him on Monday, but still some signs of an injury there for the first-year Pirate safety coming over from North Carolina. Jeff, let's talk Pirate offense. How do they look to move the football against a Houston defense that on paper looks phenomenal and on the field looks good as well? So how can East Carolina attack this defense today? What has Houston been doing so well on that side of the ball?
Well, they've been sacking the quarterback, and that's a real concern, Cliff, heading into this game today. Houston has 24 sacks, and the Pirates have given up 21 sacks. So that's not good when you look at the matchup up front, and it comes down to the offensive line playing better today. And as you mentioned, what do they have to do? Well, it all starts up front like it always does, but I think even more so this week, the offensive line is going to have to protect Holt Nailers and going to have to do a good job opening some lanes for Keaton Mitchell and Raji Harris, or Pirates going to be in for a long day. They want to try and keep Houston's offense off the field because, they're pretty good. They average 37 points per game. And like always, a Houston team that has weapons. They always have good skilled people here and good talent at the wideouts and the running backs, and they usually have a good quarterback, which they do now in Clayton Tune. So if you can keep them off the field, that will help if the Pirates can run the ball effectively. But again, this Houston defense is going to be very tough to run against or throw against, Cliff, because you look at their numbers, and they're only giving up 265 yards per game, 109 on the ground, and only 156 yards through the air. So Pirate offense has their work cut out for them. Maybe they can get Holt Nailers out on the edge a little bit and throw on the run, move him out of the pocket. I don't want him to sit back there today as a sitting duck and have a lot of pressure on him, or it's going to be a long day. And that's what's interesting about the Houston defense, Cliff, is that they are so good up front. They get a lot of pressure with 4 down linemen. They don't have to blitz and stuff. Do a lot of stuff on defense to get pressure on the quarterback. So we'll, I think, see pretty early on if the Pirate offensive line can hold up against a very good defensive front. If they can, and the Pirates can do a better job of, getting Holton out of the pocket, let him run a little bit. Hopefully, they do want him to run more, and on the run, throw the ball downfield and try and loosen things up a little bit so they can get Mitchell and Harris involved.
Jeff Charles joining us, great scouting reporter. When the Pirates have the ball today, how about defensively for East Carolina, Jeff? The Pirates have done a good job for the majority of the year, winning the turnover battle, being aggressive, flying around. And how about today? What's the biggest concern when you look at Houston's offense?
Biggest concern is, number one, Nathaniel Dell. He is a burner. He's extremely fast. He's just a little guy. He's only 155 pounds, Cliff, but boy, can he motor. And he has 35 catches on the year, 3 of them for touchdowns. They've also got other good receivers in Keyshawn Carter, a Texas Tech transfer who's a really nice player. He has 14 catches coming in. Jeremy Singleton, another wideout, has 3 touchdown catches. And they throw a lot to their tight ends. Christian Trahan has 17 catches, and the backup has 3. So their tight ends have caught 20 balls so far this year. And then the freshman running back's been very impressive. Alton McCaskill, he has 403 yards coming into the game, and we remember this guy from the last time the Pirates played, Mulva Carr, and he was their featured back even last year, and he's lost a lot of his carries to this true freshman, Alton McCaskill. So Carr now is a second-team running back on this team, and they've gone primarily with a freshman, and then they have another Texas Tech transfer, Tazon Henry, who will also run the ball today. So they're really good with their skill guys. Tune, and the stat that really jumps off the page at you, Clip, with the quarterback Clayton Tune, is he is completing right at 70% through the air, 69.7%. He's not a speed merchant, but he can pull the ball down and pick up first downs. He's pretty elusive. And then they got a very good offensive line and a very experienced offensive line. They've got 3 seniors who start up front. The seniors are the left guard, Murphy, and the center, who is Cody Russey, who, by the way, played for Skip Holtz at Louisiana Tech before transferring to Houston. And then the other seniors, the right tackle, Dennis Bardwell. So, it's an experienced team. They're older guys. They've got older guys out there against the Pirates today. East Carolina's still very young in a lot of positions. So we'll see how they match up today. And you can't get behind these guys early because this is a stat that will blow you away, Cliff, if you've not seen it. Houston is outscoring its opponent 73-7 in the first quarter. So we may know pretty soon if the Pirates are going to hang around in this game today.
And Jeff, I watched one game of Houston this year. It was that season opener against Texas Tech, and they jumped out to an early lead against the Red Raiders before Texas Tech was able to have a huge second half and win that game. So they have been very good in the first quarter. And, you can look at the competition and say who they've played. You got to give them credit. They have blown out these teams that they are better than this year. So they really hadn't been in a close game this year, Jeff. If the Pirates can get them in the fourth quarter, maybe put some heat on them for the first time this year.
Well, I agree, Clip. They have not played the greatest schedule in the world, but you've still got to go out and win the games, which they have been able to do. I think they were very disappointed that they lost to Texas Tech. I know their fan base was, and that's the only loss that they have. And, again, there are some teams they've played that aren't very good this year, but they've taken care of business, and they've gone out and won those games. So, as I heard you talk on your show this week, if you're an East Carolina fan, you're hoping that perhaps Houston today will look past East Carolina just a little bit. And they have SMU coming up next, and we all know how good SMU is, undefeated, number 21 in the nation. Could they be looking ahead? Who knows? We'll find out here today. But, again, for the Pirates to win this game, the bottom line, Clip, for the Pirates to win this game, they'll have to play really, really well here today.
Voice, great stuff. Have a fantastic call today with Kevin Monroe, Marty Fuhrer, and the guys on the Pirates IMG Learfield Sports Network. And talk to your new partner in crime on the basketball side of things. Michael Perry joined us on Pirate Radio Live yesterday, Jeff. We'll have some basketball coming up soon. You'll have a new broadcast partner there.
Yeah, Will, and I hate to lose Cy Seymour, of course. We worked together for 23 years. It's not going to seem like the same. Anytime you lose a partner that many years, and then Cy's a dear friend, we're almost like brothers. And so I really hate to lose Cy, and he brought so much to the broadcast. But Cy just doesn't want to travel much anymore, and that's understandable, and especially with the way this league in the future. We're going to be flying to Texas an awful lot, Clip. This is going to be a very Texas-centric league as we move into the new AAC, and that there's nothing more to Cy resigning from the network other than the fact that he just doesn't want to do all the travel anymore, and that is understandable. And so I'm excited about Michael Perry. Michael's a great guy, just like Cy. He'll step in, he'll do a good job, and looking forward to working with Mike and all of his basketball expertise coming up this year.
Voice, have a great call. Enjoy the game tonight, and we'll talk to you again soon and hear from you soon back here on Pirate Radio.
Yep, going to be a quick week. As we play next Thursday night, Clip, so everything's a fast forward next week.
You're right. Looking forward to a big one on Thursday night. Thank you, Voice.
Okay, thank you.
There is Jeff Charles joining us on the Fixed NC Live line as that conversation was going on. Another, if nothing else, just watch the highlights from this Wake Forest Army game. These touchdowns have been incredible, and we just saw a guy get mossed.
We'll see this tomorrow morning on Sunday NFL Countdown.
You got mossed, a one-handed touchdown catch from Army, which you rarely see. But that was a fantastic touchdown. So once again, a one-score game. Bad news for Army. They need to onside. No, they kick it deep. They got to just start onside kicking it. Wake Forest has been scoring every possession. So bad news for Army. Wake gets the ball back, but it is 49-42 with still a lot of time left to go in that one. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back and have more for you here on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. We'll talk to Double B, Brian Bailey, live in Houston when we return after this.
Hello, folks. This is Jamie Lane with Carolina Hardscapes and Mulch. We believe that making memories with your family and friends is what life is all about. If you have a dream of having a backyard patio, fireplace, pool, walkways, fire pits, or more, then Carolina Hardscapes is the place to call at 364-1201. You can stop by our outdoor showroom on Fire Tower Road across from Bostic Sugg Furniture. At Carolina Hardscapes, we look forward to making your backyard the place to be. Find us on the web at CarolinaHardscapesandMulch.com.
When your family gathers around a shakaroni from Papa John's, you're sharing more than extra cheese and pepperoni. You're sharing scholarships, meals, and laughter. Because $1 from every shakaroni goes to charity. That's pizza with a purpose.
Hey, Pirate fans, the Shakaroni Pizza is back, and only for $13. Plus $1 from every purchase goes to charity. The Shakaroni is an MVP move for game day or any day. Place your order online at papajohns.com and sign up for Papa Rewards. Papa John's, the official pizza of the ECU Pirates.
Tired and sluggish? Down in the dumps? Or just have the blahs? Maybe you need to hydrate. Revive Health and Wellness on East 10th Street in Greenville offers IV hydration that can help you with lack of energy, improve your mood, assist with immunity, even fix a hangover. Locally owned and operated, the team at Revive Health and Wellness are experienced and licensed registered nurses that will assist you in preparing for your IV session. Call or text today with questions or to set an appointment with Revive Health and Wellness. 252-350-1805. That's 252-350-1805.
Mercer Glass is clearly different.
Hi, this is Todd Mitchum with Mercer Glass, Eastern North Carolina's most complete glass company. Mercer Glass specializes in windows, shower doors, auto glass, and mirrors. We can install or repair almost anything made of glass in your home or business. So give us a call at Mercer Glass. That's 752-5101. That's 752-5101.
North Carolina State Parks is proud to announce that they have partnered with the Hometown Strong program. Our visitor centers are now equipped with public Wi-Fi to help kids with school. Remote learning has become a critical public health measure in maintaining social distance and continuing to educate our young people. Take advantage of Wi-Fi and a hike at Goose Creek State Park or a day trip to the beach and access remote learning at Fort Megan State Park. For more information, visit hometownstrong.nc.gov.
Hey Pirate Nation, Lindsay Gray here with Carolina Caliber. In 1960, my granddaddy started his firearm business right here in Eastern NC. Still family owned and operated, we have the area's largest selection for outdoor shooting sports and accessories and are one of the nation's top firearm dealers. At Carolina Caliber, we have everything you need from hunting, home defense, and personal protection, including a wide variety for ladies and youth. We buy, sell, and trade. It's a time-honored tradition. Visit us at Carolina Caliber on Fire Tower Road in Winterville.
Pirate Radio.
And you write that down, because when you're at East Carolina, you go for it every time. Or you don't coach at East Carolina, you don't come to East Carolina, you don't play at East Carolina with a weak heart. Write it!
The voice of the Pirate Nation. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Did you miss the show on Pirate Radio? Listen to all of Pirate Radio's archived local programming by subscribing to us on Apple Podcasts, SoundCloud, or Spotify. Subscribe today by going to the podcast app on your iPhone or Apple device and search for Pirate Radio Audio Archives. Now let's head back into the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Brock.
Alrighty, back with you on Pirate Radio. That is factual. But this is the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate.
You almost did it, didn't
Almost, but I did not. I called myself at the very end. Guess what? Wake Forest is going to score a touchdown. That'll make it 55-42. And let's say mark them. Oh, they're going to say first and goal. I thought he got in. It's going to be first and goal for Wake Forest. It's 49-42 right now. Still over 10 minutes left to go in this game. And he did step out at about the 3-yard line. But this has been an absolute back-and-forth game high flying between these two teams. Chandler, what's going on in Oklahoma, Kansas? You got an update?
28-17, 7:53 to go in the fourth. Oklahoma leading.
So they're going to pull away. Now we have the touchdown, a fade, and Wake Forest is in the 50s. And Cincinnati pulling away from Navy as well. So, those first halves were fun. Not as much fun. When
reality setting in.
Exactly. Reality setting in Saturday.
I wonder if some Kansas students got about halfway to the stadium and they went, nah, I'm going back.
I'm good. So, yeah, there we go. All right, let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line. If you check our social media accounts right now, you'll see a great video with Brian Bailey walking the field at TD ECU Stadium as he gets ready for Houston and East Carolina. Double B, how you doing today, man?
Not too bad. Just hoping this rain is away here in Houston, Texas.
Well, we just talked to Jeff Charles. He said it's going to be a hot one, but overcast already. They got the lights on, he said. So a hot, rainy day, perhaps, in Houston? What's going on?
Well, I think it's a 40 or 50% chance of rain. It just drizzled about 10 minutes ago. So we had a little bit of a shower, but that's moved off. We got some dark clouds to the right of the Pirate bench, but we might not have any rain.
Looks like a nice stadium there, the TDECU Stadium, Bailey, from your video earlier. Really an upgrade from the old Robertson Stadium, right?
Yeah, it really is. It's very nice. I mean, I was kind of thinking that maybe they built it in segments like through the years, but I know it's a relatively new stadium. So, but it's kind of like we said in the video, it's got the triple deck on one side, and it's got the big, huge upper deck on the press box side. And it seats about 40,000. I was talking to one of the Pirate coaches. He said, that's a good number, for a school like Houston, although they're, heading to a Power 5 conference, but, it'd be a good number for East Carolina, because you can get 35, 38 in a 40,000-seat stadium and a lot of noise and, cranks it up. But getting 50,000 is out of Pittsburgh is tough unless you're playing in the state or East North Carolina or something like that. So it's a very nice stadium.
BB, the Pirates trying to be road warriors today, and they have one on the road at Marshall. They nearly won on the road in Orlando. And in that neutral site game, App State kind of controlled it, but the Pirates did score in the fourth quarter to make it respectable. So, overall, the Pirates have battled on the road this year. That's got to give them some confidence heading into today. What do you think about their chances against this 5-1 Houston team?
Well, when you look at Houston and who they played, I think the Pirates have a shot because, Houston hasn't played any great teams. They lost the first week and they've won 5 in a row since then, but as the coaches will say, we play what's on the schedule. But the teams that were on the Houston schedule weren't all that, tough. So I think the Pirates have a chance to stay in this one. One of the keys is going to be, and we talked to Mike Houston about this yesterday for our Touchdown Friday interview that we do when we're on the road, about the fact that this Houston defensive line is so good. I mean, this Houston defense is third in the country in sacks per game, and they've got a nickname, Sack Avenue. Anytime you have a nickname, they're pretty good. So Sack Avenue going to go after Holton Ahlers. Now, we all know, what happens when Holton gets rushed and doesn't have time to throw. Bad things normally happen. So they're going to have to figure out a way to protect him. And I asked Coach Houston, I said, are you guys going to match protect? You're going to put 2 tight ends in the game and just have one receiver on a route or anything like that to try to protect him. And he said they've got some things they're going to try to do to alleviate that rush. But that's one of the big difficulties of battling a defense that doesn't have to blitz. If you can rush 4 and get pressure, then you got defensive backs back there, and it makes things a lot easier for your defense.
Yeah, that's a great point. I heard either Donnie or Coach Houston or maybe both this week say that they don't show a lot of looks because they just haven't had to, and that is quite a luxury to have on the defensive side of the ball. How about East Carolina's defense? I'm sure we see more of that aggressive Blake Harrell defense today. We didn't see it on 4th and 8 in Orlando, Bailey, but I bet we see a lot of blitzing today from the Pirates.
I think you will, and I think, those guys have looked at that tape, and I think if you could back it up and play it again, they would call something different on that. But, you only get one shot in life, and you do the very best you can with it. And obviously, that's one that we all scratch our heads about. And, you wonder what goes through their minds. And in talking to Coach Houston after that game, it sounded like there was a different call and that during the timeout it was changed. So, it's just one of those things. And who knows, if you had rushed the house, maybe they break a big play, score a touchdown. But if you give them a touchdown, you get the ball back with a chance to, to put some points on the board and maybe get the win. So, but that game's over. You got to, can't look in the mirror. You got to look rearview mirror. You got to look ahead. And Houston's on the docket today. This would be a big win for this program because obviously Houston's in the upper echelon of the American Athletic Conference. East Carolina's got a short week coming up against a very beatable South Florida program Thursday night. I just think what this program would be like if the Pirates could beat Houston, then play USF.
Yeah, then play Temple.
We got lightning in the area.
Oh, no.
They're clearing the stadium right now. I'll be darned.
Well, dang. Well, there's a nice live report for you. Bailey, be safe.
Live and in color.
Get to a safe area, and hopefully that won't delay this kickoff any between East Carolina and Houston. Great report, Double B. Appreciate it, man. And we'll see you Monday on the Brian Bailey Show.
Sounds great. By the way, we'll have Joe Dooley in the studio
awesome.
For the Brian Bailey Show. And somebody call David Sawyer and find out where my safe place is so I can get to it.
Somebody notify Bailey where the safe place is at TD ECU Stadium. Thank you, B. Be safe, buddy.
Bye, buddy.
All right, so now what happens if that's before a game? Does that kind of move warm-ups and kickoff and everything back, or are we still on schedule to go for 4 o'clock?
I don't know. I guess it just depends on how close to kickoff it is.
Yeah, because once that lightning hits,
it's 30 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe it's different other places, but I think that's kind of a mandated NCAA thing. But either way, until we are notified otherwise, we will plan on
breaking news right here on the pregame show.
That was a lightning bolt in the area, so Bailey had to duck for cover there, as will the. I guess the team, staff, and
we
fans.
need your severe weather announcement that you know.
Please remain calm.
I enjoyed that story yesterday by Morgan.
Would you say it was cool?
It was cool. Cool.
Would you say it was neat?
Yes, I would. Cool, neat story.
It was a cool, neat story. Yeah, Chandler enjoys hearing about Morgan almost dying. It's very morbid of you, Chandler.
I'm sorry.
No, it was a cool story. We got a Kansas touchdown.
We do.
We got a missed 2-point conversion.
We do have a failed 2-point conversion. Trying to get it within 3.
Do they onside? 5:56 left. No, you got to kick it deep.
Do they?
And hope you can get the ball back. They are about to kick it off. Are we synced up on our laptops, Chandler?
I think you might be ahead by a smidge.
A smidge? Here is the... Oh, no, they did a little poocher.
A little pooch?
And boy, that was perfect. If that ball, boy, it goes, and watch it on your feed. It hits the end zone.
Oh.
But if that sits,
if it rolls back and sits at the 1, that's dangerous.
Very dangerous. So almost perfectly executed. Instead, Oklahoma will have the ball. Oklahoma will have the ball at around the 25, I guess, on the touchback. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get a break in. We'll come back when we return. Jeff Nadeau will join us, talk about these games from a gambling perspective, including East Carolina and Houston. That's on the way when we return on Bud Light Pregame Tailgate right after this.
Do you suffer from allergies, asthma, or any other sinus problems? Perhaps professional cleaning of your air ducts could help. Family owned and operated in Winterville for over 22 years, Carolina Quality Air was the first certified duct cleaning company in Eastern North Carolina. From residential to commercial, they can handle any size job, big or small, including our studios here at Pirate Radio. Carolina Quality Air uses a sanitizer that kills mold in your ductwork and over 100 viruses, including the coronavirus. Visit them online at CarolinaQualityAir.com. Guess what, Greenville? Calzones are back. Community Calzone is the only restaurant in town specializing in calzones. Choose from over 50 different calzones, or you design your own with unlimited options, including vegetarian. Community Calzone also features wings, huge salads, and more. Plus, they deliver to almost everywhere in Pitt County. Located on Greenville Boulevard next to Ashley Furniture Warehouse, they're open for lunch, dinner, and late night for dine-in, pickup, or delivery. It's Community Calzone.
Hi, I'm Annalie Newhoff.
And I'm Rob Campbell.
And we are with CopyPro. We have been locally owned and operated here in Eastern North Carolina for almost 50 years. CopyPro is the leader in office technology.
Does your business struggle with keeping printing costs low or producing professional documents? Here at CopyPro, total customer satisfaction is our #1 priority.
We have a variety of solutions to help reduce your printing expenses and make your business more productive. Call us today at 1-800-682-6558 or online at copypro.net.
CopyPro, we are the professional office systems people.
Are you suffering from anxiety, sleep issues, or chronic pain? Have you heard of CBD? You can learn about the benefits of CBD right here in Greenville at the Hemp Garden. Hemp Garden offers a variety of products and solutions that are truly making a difference in our community. Hemp Garden also provides products that can assist with energy and focus. Have a pet? Come check out their selection of CBD pet products. Visit Hemp Garden to speak with a CBD specialist in a relaxed and welcoming environment today. Exclusive discounts are offered to first-time customers. Hemp Garden, located at 3040 South Evans Street in the Target Shopping Center in Greenville.
That's for you. Answer the call from patients who need plasma. Donations are down, so give plasma at a Grifols Center and receive compensation. Visit grifolsplasma.com. Gonna get that? Answer the call from patients who need plasma and receive up to $700 your first month when you donate at a Grifols Center. Visit grifolsplasma.com.
Every team knows that the two-point play can be a winning move. That's why I'm here. State Farm agent Timothy Sawyer and my team are here to help you go for two by combining your home and auto insurance. It's a great call that saves you time and money. So go for the win and score some savings by combining your home and auto. It's just another way we're here to help life go right. Call me, Timothy Sawyer, at 493-0002 today.
This is Pirate Radio, WGHB Farmville, 1250 and 92.7 FM Greenville, WDLX Washington, 930 and 104.1 FM Washington. You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Let's take a quick look at your Buccaneers scoreboard. Oklahoma.
Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard,
I gotta wait for this
Shirley
guy.
Rhodes.
Okay, now I can do what I need to do. Oklahoma is trying to do, that was a very weird play. They were trying to run the ball, and I don't know if this was the quarterback or, yes, it was. So it was a handoff. The running back gets stuffed at the line of scrimmage, and then the quarterback snatches the ball out of his hands.
Wow.
And then takes off running. I've never seen that before.
So they didn't rule the forward progress have been stopped, I guess.
Yeah.
They are reviewing.
They are reviewing the play, so we're going to keep an eye on that because that's going to be determining whether or not that is a first down. It's 28-23 Oklahoma with, I'm not sure how much time is left.
3:20.
Thank you. 3:20 left in the fourth quarter. Cincinnati still holding on to a 27-13 lead over Navy in the fourth quarter. Penn State and Illinois are now tied at 10 apiece with 8 minutes to go in the fourth. Michigan.
God, what a gross game that is. Sorry.
Beating up Northwestern 33-7 in the fourth quarter, as we mentioned. With 3 minutes to go in the game, Oklahoma with a 28-23 lead over Kansas. Wake Forest has tacked on another touchdown. They lead Army 56-49. There's still 8.5 minutes left to go in that game. Florida State all over UMass 59-3. And the third quarter just ended. Virginia Tech still holding on to a 26-20 lead over Syracuse. And that is a look at your Buck scoreboard brought to you by The Buck. Did you have an update clip?
No, Army finally did what I said they should do, and that's kick an onside kick. They tried and failed, I believe. But at this point, that's what you have to do because Army scored. Yep. You can't just give the ball back to Wake, so they tried the onside. Wake will probably score, and Army will get it back. This game has been absolutely nuts. So, anyway, sorry.
No, that's fine. Back to you.
Da Buck.
Da Buck. Let's see. They're got the final ruling here.
First down. Wow. That was a wild play. What a heads-up play by a true freshman quarterback.
Very dangerous play as well.
Yeah, he took the ball out of the running back's hands because he was being tackled and would have been short. And that is one of the most heads-up plays I've ever seen in football. And it was made by a true freshman.
And managed to get it out before his knee hit the ground.
Oklahoma is very lucky they didn't blow the play dead.
Chip Wall, by the way, says that this is his Caleb Williams' second start. Started against TCU last week. So thank you, Chip, for correcting us there. Also, Adam says the current NCAA policy requires that play be suspended if there's lightning within 8 miles of the stadium. 30-minute delay. This may vary. The time count will restart if a lightning strike occurs within the 8-mile radius. So again, that's like this. We're talking pregame. I don't know if that affects anything, or if we'll still have a 4 o'clock start time.
I guess we'll just keep an eye on that, and if Igo or Bailey gives us some information, we'll pass that along.
Do we have Nadeau?
We do have Nadeau.
Okay. All right, well, let's get to Jeff Nadeau. Jeff, sorry we kept you on the line there, but man, there's a lot going on this football Saturday. How you doing, man?
I'm celebrating a 2-0 day, baby.
Let's go. Let's go. 2-0 start for the big man. What'd you win already today, Jeff?
Just had K-State clip. They went down 14-0. 3 minutes in, they fought back, got a huge fourth down stop, win by 1, K-State money line, and I also had the easiest play on the board, Wake Army. Oh,
that one is in the 100s, and there's still 8 minutes left to go in the game. So a wild one there. All right, Jeff, well, let's talk about what's coming up next, including East Carolina and Houston. The Pirates are 13.5 point underdogs, total sitting in the high 50s. Jeff, what do you think about this matchup coming up at 4 o'clock?
I think it's a tough game. I wish you could get a 14 just for number purposes. Just kind of, help yourself. If 13.5 is such a tough one because, it's kind of like, oh, can you compete? But you kind of want to have that protection in the case, that it's a, 28-14 or 35-21 or something. But I don't know. Houston's playing a lot better. I always feel like ECU in these kind of games needs to throw the football. I feel like, when Holton Ahlers can kind of get something under him, he can hang in games and win shootouts. We saw that against Marshall. But they just seem kind of dead set on not ever wanting to really do that. I don't know. Houston's really started to get it going offensively. So I kind of had this one at like mid-60s. I was surprised it was in the 50s. Obviously, I think the thought is that these defenses have improved. You still have two pretty good offenses here, one of which in Houston that's really found it offensively lately. I kind of had this, maybe not like the Tulane game last week, but I kind of had it low, mid-60s. I'm surprised we see a total here in the 50s, Cliff.
Jeff Nadeau joining us. See if the Pirates can help out on that and put some points on the board. I know you had that over in the Tulane game, and ECU certainly did their part to get the over in that one. So, Jeff, how about the other action coming up in the 3:30 window of games? Let's go Ohio State, Indiana. Actually, that's a night game, but we'll start there anyway. Ohio State, a 21-point favorite on the road in Bloomington. That total at 59. Is this one of those where Ohio State can get it rolling and pull away, Jeff? Or do you think the home team can keep it close here tonight?
Yeah, I've really waited all year for Indiana to step up, and they just really haven't answered the call. You didn't do it last week. You didn't do it against Cincinnati a couple of weeks ago. I wouldn't want to step in front of Ohio State right now. I mean, Clip, could they be the best team in the country? I mean, being honest. I mean, on paper, this is a really good football team that they're just kind of forgetting about. So,
and they have like a new lease on life too, right, Jeff? After that early season loss, now if they run the table, beat all these good Big Ten teams, win the championship, they're in the playoff.
You look at the last 3 games for them, 59, 52, and 66. They're off a bye, and Indiana is not off a bye. That's a major advantage in the middle of the season. I like Ohio State.
How about the Clemson Tigers, an underdog to Pittsburgh today? Pitt is a 3.5 point home favorite, total at 47. And you can be winning some Clemson unders this year if you've been playing them. How about this game, Jeff, going on at Heinz Field?
Yeah, Clip, keep in mind, since the start of the 2018 season, 2019 season, Clemson has been a dog once. Didn't cover in that game. Today they're a dog again. Again, another team we've kind of waited all season. Well, they'll play better next week. Oh, they'll play better next week. And they really don't ever play better. Their offense isn't good. They're playing a team in Pitt who is legitimate. Kenny Pickett is a Heisman Trophy candidate. We see all these games clip about how game days here and game days there. Why was a game day in Pittsburgh today? This is a game for that team. It would have been a nice one, but I get the Iowa State one as well. But, yeah, I lean Pittsburgh here. Pickett seems to be what Olagalele we thought he'd be, and he didn't end up being.
Another 3:30 kickoff, Jeff. Ole Miss, LSU. I thought last week that maybe with all the Orgeron talk going on that LSU might be ready to fold up shop. No, they win outright in a big game. Now they go on the road to take on Ole Miss. Since then, we've learned that Ed Orgeron will not be the coach moving forward, but he will close out this season. So do they rally around him? How does Ole Miss respond from a big win against Tennessee? This total is at 77. You think a shootout today in Oxford? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I got to see what's up with Matt Corral. I mean, I've heard he's been in and out. Look, I don't think you're going to have a situation here where these guys don't play for Ed Orgeron. Ed Orgeron's a guy you do play for always. I don't think there's anything to be mad about. I mean, they won a national title with him as a coach, and he's going to go off, and they're probably going to get a better coach. So I don't know why anyone would be pissed off here if you're LSU. I don't trust Ole Miss to ever get any stops. Total's high. I didn't have much here. I feel like if you can get 9.5, 10, maybe I look towards LSU. For LSU, it's about can we get to a bowl game? That's the big thing at this point, which you should expect they're able to do.
Jeff Nadeau joining us. Jeff, a lot of action going on, 3:30 and the 7 o'clock night window. What do you like that we have not? Oh, I got one for you here, Jeff.
Yep.
Former Pirate head coach Skip Holtz, Louisiana Tech, loves to play up and down to their competition. Today, UTSA rolls in undefeated, going to Ruston to take on Louisiana Tech, and the Roadrunners are 6-point road favorites. This is a game, and Louisiana Tech, I think, coming off a really bad loss, too. This is one they get up for. They always play up to the competition. They might not win the game, but I think this is going to be a tight one. What do you think?
Yeah, they lost last week to UTEP, which congratulations to Data DeMel. UTEP Clip over the last 3 years have won 5 games. Last week they became eligible for a bowl game with a win. 6 wins in I think 7, pretty impressive. But yeah, I don't know what's going on with Austin Kendall, the transfer. He didn't have a good game last week at all. I think he was benched at one point. Skip Holtz wasn't very happy after that, but. Another game I'm surprised to see a total in the 50s. UTSA has had no trouble scoring. I feel like La Tech, if we can get a better Kendall performance, I think this game screams like 38-27. I have my eye on the over. I want to see what Kendall, make sure he's not injured.
Maybe an overplay in that one. Jeff, what else do you like going on the remainder of this Saturday?
Yeah, this goes in about 15 minutes. I played Iowa State -7 against Oklahoma State. I had this one at like 34-21, 34-20, something 31-21, something like that. This is a stone cold clip public dog that is going to get punished.
Yeah.
We've seen this. People are going to look at this and say, why are they a 7-point dog to Iowa State who's not ranked? Oklahoma State's been living by the seat of their pants, kind of like Iowa did for a while. Oklahoma State can't match what Iowa State can do. I have Iowa State winning by double digits, and the public gets absolutely crushed like they should for the squares and fish that they are. Iowa State wins by double digits.
Definitely a weird line, and I'm going to tell you on that one, Jeff, and we'll root for the Cyclones. Anything else tonight, big man, before we let you go?
Yeah, one has moved considerably, but Clip, as usual, I get the best number. West Kentucky, Florida International, 74.5. It's up to 77. If you thought Army, Wake Forest, this could be more high scoring. I don't know who gets a stop first in this game. 2 offenses that love to throw. West Kentucky leads the country in passing offense. Florida International not far behind. 2 teams that should go up and down. Big plays all over the field. I don't know how much defense we're going to see down in South Florida tonight. I have an over here. This is one of those games, Clip. I think I said earlier in the week on your show, you get at your live betting portal, and you just keep betting over in this game. We might see a similar game to Army Wake. I'm hoping for a big one in South Florida tonight.
All right, keep on pounding that over. Jeff's already won a big over today as Army and Wake are still playing. They are in the 100s, and there's still 6 minutes left to go. More points to be had. Big man, you can check him out on Twitter at JeffNADU, patreon.com/BMOC. And if you're into mob history and some great interviews and a walk down memory lane when it comes to the Mafia, the Sit Down podcast available for you to download as well. Jeff, I know you're doing a great job with that.
Yes, very happy. Thank you for mentioning it, Clip. We've got some great shows coming up. I will say it is a tough day for the Army. Is always an under team, rough one. Sometimes you have to look at what an offense is going to do against a defense. Both these offenses are good against what that other team doesn't do well. So, thank you, Clip. Always good to speak to you folks. Talk to you soon.
Talk to you next week on Pirate Radio Live. There is the BMOC Jeff Nadeau. Love when we get the BMOC in a good mood. We have had him on once where he was sweating out a game that didn't go his way, and that conversation was not as fun as this one.
He got fired up.
We got a 2-0 big man joining us on the program today. We'll talk to him Thursday on the Bud Light pregame tailgate as we get ready for ECU and South Florida. We'll take a time out, come back, have more for you on the Bud Light pregame tailgate. We roll on a Saturday. We'll get you up to date on all the scores and the games coming up when we return on our Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard after this. Da Buck.
Why do I run? Is it because I'm driven? Because I love the challenge? God, no. I do it for the beer. If you're the kind of runner who does it for the beer, this summer you can get one on us with the Michelob Ultra Beer Run. Grab your run buddies and get out there, because this summer there's beer at the finish line. Sign up at ultrabeerrun.com and trade your miles for beer.
At US Cellular, we can help everyone stay connected for less. And less also means more, as in more choice. Right now, you choose any phone and we make it free. Plus, get unlimited data for $30 a month with 4 lines. US Cellular, America's locally grown wireless. Terms apply. See uscellular.com for details.
This is Brandon Tate, owner and operator of Atlantic Wireless, an authorized agent for US Cellular since 1997. Visit atlanticwireless.com to find the store near you. We go beyond the call.
Hey Pirate Nation, this is Tom Brown from Brown & Wood Cadillac. We've been serving the Pirate Nation in Eastern North Carolina for 83 years. We have 4 brands, 3 generations, 2 showrooms, and 1 goal: to make sure you leave a happy customer.
This month at Brown & Wood, get a 2021 Cadillac CT5 lease at $489 a month, 10,000 miles a year for 36 months for qualified buyers. And as always, Brown & Wood is the home of the lifetime powertrain warranty.
We're located on Greenville Boulevard next to the Convention Center, or shop us online at brownandwoodauto.com.
Other food delivery apps charge surprise fees, but Domino's is giving away $50 million worth of surprise frees, like free pizza, lava cakes, or cheesy bread when you order delivery online. And we found some unique ways to get the word out. Like screaming it! We even called Paul Revere.
Free lava cakes are coming!
Order delivery online and you could get a surprise free from Domino's. No purchase necessary. Open U.S. residents 13 and up through 11/21/21. Odds of winning are 1 in 14. See rules at surprisefrees.domino's.com for free entry, blackout dates, restrictions, and details.
This is Holt Nailers, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light pregame tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back for the latest breaking news, interesting stories, and awesome contests that can make you a winner. Be sure to follow Pirate Radio on our social media. You can find us on Facebook and Instagram at PR927FM. If you want to follow us on Twitter, it's at FreePR927FM. Join the over 50,000 followers today. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light pregame tailgate. Here's your host, Clip Baron.
All right, we got a Fumbalaya in West Point, and that is going to do it for this one as Wake Forest has a 63-49 lead. And now, I guess they're going to attempt to run out the clock, but the way they're going, they'll probably break another long touchdown. There's 2:53 left to go in that one.
Demon Deacons going to 7-0.
Yeah, and they got... I've memorized their schedule because nobody talks more Wake Forest football than me and Brian North on Fridays. They got Duke, Carolina, and I might be going in the wrong order after this, but NC State, Boston College, Clemson left to go. I'm ready to have the discussion. If Wake runs the table, are they a playoff team? If Wake runs the table, are they more deserving than Cincinnati if they run the table? Something to think about. Something to think about. Huge play in this Northwestern Michigan game. It's 33-7. Northwestern has it 4th and 7 at midfield.
Oof.
Why is this a huge play? Because some people
It's huge to you.
might have had the under, and if they get a stop here, Jeff Nadeau won't be the only person to start 2-0 on a beautiful fall Saturday. So Wake Forest running it out, and Northwestern back to pass. Oh, they're going to throw a screen. He's got a lot of room. He is to the 35. It's a first down. Hey, just take a knee and get out of there, Northwestern.
60 yards.
The game is over. Let's run the clock, take a knee, shake hands, say, look your man in the eye and say, good ball game. Nice, firm handshake. Oh, they're going to run a play out of shotgun with 25 seconds left. Oh, yeah. No. Pick. Incomplete. Take a damn knee and get out of there before somebody gets hurt. Now you're playing with injuries. You know what I'm saying? 33-7 the score on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard. Chandler, what's going on in Oklahoma? Tagged on another score, right?
Yes, that game is over.
Oh, okay. As in no time?
Over. This one is over, ladies and gentlemen.
Everybody who was driving to the stadium with the gates open, you can now officially turn around. They're going to run the football. That is classy. That is Big Ten Northwestern class to just run the clock out. Let's get up. Let's shake hands, handshake, hugs, as our guy would say.
Oh, God. Riff-raff?
Riff-raff. And Jim Harbaugh with a nice handshake to Pat Fitzgerald.
Honorary alumni Troy Dreyfus is not happy. His Northwestern Wildcats lose.
Hey, I tell you what, the next time a purple team goes in the big house is going to be a different story, my friend.
Now, 2023?
My friend. Northwestern falls to Michigan 33-7. That's a 2-0 start to the day.
Yeah.
For your boy.
That was a big call in the Oklahoma game with that heads-up play with Caleb Williams. They get the first down, they chew clock, and then they punch it in, and the final score there in Kansas, 35-23.
We got BYU Washington State about to get going. Nick Rolovich out at Washington State. You can read why and chime in on that on your favorite message board forum. And Big Man likes Iowa State to knock off Oklahoma State today. That one about to kick off. Maryland and Minnesota also coming up in the 3:30 window of games. And we will close out our show taking a look at all those scores on the Buccaneer Music Hall scoreboard presented by Da Buck. Another shout out to Bagel Man. You've heard of Superman, you've heard of Spider-Man, you've heard of Batman. Have you heard of Bagel Man? My favorite superhero.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
It's a bread. It's a croissant. It's a bagel. Bagel Man hooked us up with some plain bagels and cream cheese, which Basic B Shirley Rhodes enjoyed.
Basic B.
Thanks a lot for that one. Basic B.
Basic B. And Chandler and I's taste buds are a little out there, a little wacky.
A little bit more, what did they call it? A little bit more...
refined?
A little bit.
Sophisticated.
Sophisticated is a great word, Shirley. I went with the sausage, egg, and cheese bagel. It was fantastic, but they have a lot of different great items there. Right there on Fire Tower Road. Check them out. Bagel Man. Awesome pregame spread for us today.
Do we not agree?
We all agree on that. What is happening in this ugly Penn State-Illinois game? Illinois.
Last time I checked, they were tied.
Oh, they're going to... Wait. Whoa. About broke one. So Illinois is going to have 12 seconds left. And then if they don't score, they're around midfield. Looks like this one is going to go to overtime. So we still got to get our predictions, our fantasy picks, and talk to Brian North. So let's take a time out. We'll lob a phone call to North, and we'll make our fantasy picks. As far as I know,
I have
the UCF game?
I mean, nobody. Who scored a touchdown for the Pirates that day?
Omatosho.
Yeah, nobody had him. I'm going to guess, did Snead do enough to just give Shirley yet another win? We'll have to look it up and see what happened.
I can't even remember who I picked in that game.
Well, according to Stephen Igo, the Press Box PA announcer that announced that the East Carolina University Panthers have arrived in Houston.
Oh, boy.
Here we go.
But I have not seen anything to indicate that kickoff time has been delayed.
By the way, Wake Forest, while running out the clock, did score a touchdown. They have 70 points.
Oh, my God.
70 to 49. I'm going to say Shirley's 6 catches, 82 yards for Tyler Snead gave her yet another Tyler Snead victory in fantasy.
Let her have it.
So she'll make it, take it, keep Snead. Chandler and I will finally try to beat her. This has gone on for
and I feel like
4 straight games now.
And I feel like we've been picking the same person.
I've gone Mitchell Harris.
Gone Mitchell Harris.
Yeah.
I might have gone CJ earlier in the year.
You did. You even went Calhoun at one point after his breakout game. So, yeah, you kind of jumped around a little bit.
One of these days we're going to catch you, Shirley. Could be today. Second time out, come back. More to go. Brian North joins us after this.
Burgers, wings, hand-cut, hand-breaded chicken tenders, fresh salads, and cold beer is the starting lineup at Tiebreakers and has been keeping customers happy for 20 years. Tiebreakers family atmosphere is the perfect place to come watch your favorite team play while enjoying a great lunch or dinner. In a hurry or looking for catering options? Get Tiebreakers to go. That now includes the new curbside pickup by ordering online at tiebreakersnc.com. Tiebreakers.
Tommy's Express Car Wash is the car wash Greenville is talking about. At the corner of Red Banks Road and Greenville Boulevard, this state-of-the-art wash will keep your car looking great. And now Tommy's has just launched its new 2.0 Tommy's Express app. And anyone who downloads the app now will receive 30 free days of washing with their top-of-the-line wash, the Works Wash. Download the Tommy's Express app now by going to your app store or visit them on location, open 7 days a week at the corner of Greenville Boulevard and Red Banks Road.
You know texting while driving is dangerous. That's not new information. Yet most people admit to doing it anyway. Drivers are 23 times more likely to be involved in a car accident while texting. Know the facts and wait to text. The danger is real and it applies to you. Auto Owners Insurance, the no problem people. Information provided by Virginia Tech Transportation Institute.
This is Norm Bryant with Town Insurance in Greenville. Call me today at 756-8300. Go Pirates.
UBE and PirateWear.com is excited to offer Pirate Nation the largest selection of new ECU merchandise and tailgate supplies ever. UBE has the best prices in town, so that makes UBE your one-stop shop for all things ECU. UBE does daily restocks of Champion, Adidas, and Under Armour. Don't forget to bring your young Pirates in to plunder the Crow's Nest, which is the only kids store dedicated to ECU. Plenty of free parking uptown in Greenville. Visit them at PirateWear.com. Go Pirates!
This is Coach Blake Carroll, defense coordinator for East Carolina football, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
You're listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show. Now, with the Pirate Radio scoreboard, here's Shirley Rhodes.
All right, Cincinnati survives Navy and gets the win and moves to 6-0 on the season with a final of 27-20 in Annapolis. Penn State and Illinois are tied at 10. They're going to overtime. Kansas State survived Texas Tech 25-24 is that final. Michigan beats Northwestern 33-7. Oklahoma survived a surging Kansas team. They walk away with a 35-23 win, and that moves them to 7-0. Florida State gets a win over UMass 59-3. And the Seminoles are now 2-4. Wake Forest.
Shirley.
What?
Army touchdown.
You're kidding.
Oh.
You're kidding.
I was about to give the Wake Forest Army score. What's the score now?
70-56.
Jeez.
PAT still pending?
39 seconds left. I hope Army gets a onside and scores again. Let's keep going.
This is insane.
70-56.
All right, Virginia Tech holding on to a 2-point lead over Syracuse, 29-27 in the fourth quarter. Purdue is trailing Wisconsin 7-0 in the first, with about 2 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Games that are going to be kicking off in actually have already kicked off. It'll be BYU and Washington State. Pittsburgh is hosting Clemson. And LSU is at Ole Miss. Minnesota hosts Maryland. And number 8, Oklahoma State is at Iowa State. And UCLA is hosting Oregon. All of those are 3:30 kickoffs. So we'll have those scores maybe in our last update. But until then, we'll have all of those updates for you in the U.S. Cellular fifth quarter. Clip?
Good stuff. Again, not a great slate of games, but makes for some really fun games. And we've been following them throughout our journey today, Chandler.
I'm about to watch future American foes UAB and Rice go at it.
Why?
That's a good question.
Why?
Just a little...
seeing their logos now, it's like, oh.
Advanced scouting. I like it,
you
Chandler. You're on the ball, buddy. All right. That scoreboard update presented by Dubuck. Let's head out to the Fixed NC Live line. Wake Forest, Brian North, we give them a lot of pub on Fridays. They have rolled up 70 today. I don't know if they're going to like giving up 56, but survive in advance, win another week, and they stay undefeated.
This was a game that worried me. I really thought that Army would have something for them, and I thought on their schedule that was one of the scariest games they had until they hit that late stretch run against some of the best teams in the ACC. So for them to survive a trip to West Point, big kudos to them, because I really thought that was going to be the type of trap game for them.
Brian North's take all Eclipse money and throw it on the Clemson Tigers game is about to start at 3:30. North likes Clemson today, but the caveat is he said he would take my money and put it on Clemson, not his money. So
correct.
You do like it, Brian, but not enough to have your wife leave you after you lose all your money. Is that right?
Correct. Clemson they're just way too talented, and we keep waiting for them to bust out, but they haven't done it yet. We're halfway through the season, and so, but this just feels like the game they're going to do it. Pittsburgh's getting all the love by everybody now, a couple of weeks into when they probably should have been getting it, and now that everybody's kind of on that bandwagon, I'm just expecting the biscuit wheels on that bandwagon to collapse.
Well, Pittsburgh trying to get to 3-0 in the ACC. Clemson, I mean, we've wrote them off. They're out of the top 25. They could get to 4-1 in the ACC and just kind of sit back and wait for NC State to slip up at some point this season and get back in the ACC title hunt. And that picture could open up tonight, Brian, if NC State falls on the road at Miami. What do you think about Doran in the Pack tonight? ESPN2 7:30 kickoff.
And I also realize that Clemson still has to play Wake Forest, and Wake Forest still has to play NC State. So there's to be decided there. But certainly with NC State, this is a game I think they need to go and win, right? Miami's on their downtrend. They're a beaten dog. You cannot let Miami have a good start in this game. You get on them early, which NC State's been pretty good with this. This Dave Doran team has been very task-minded and taking care of business. Even at Mississippi State, they didn't get out to the starts that they wanted, and certainly it was a tough environment. They've only had 2 road games all year. Now they go all the way down to the East Coast, but Miami is not a great home field advantage. There won't be a good crowd there because Miami's not that good this year. So as long as NC State gets off to a decent start and doesn't let Miami get off to the good start, I don't think they have much of a problem in this game.
Brian North joining us on the Fixed NC Live line. Bad news. If you had over 126.5 points, you're going to lose because Wake Forest recovers the onside kick. I assume they're going to take a knee. Hell, they might just score another touchdown. 70-56 looks like it's going to be the final in West Point with 37 seconds left to go. Brian, East Carolina and Houston about to go at it at 4 o'clock. What do you think about the Pirates' chances today as they take on old Dana Holgerson's squad?
Oh! I thought it was Kevin Summerlin, and I thought Case Keenum was starting at quarterback. Is that not the case? Am I a little behind on the Houston?
We went over that earlier in the show. Do you, Brian? Do you remember or want to take a stab at how many passes Case Keenum threw in the Conference USA Championship?
It was high 60s, wasn't it?
How about 75?
75. Yeah,
75 passes attempted.
I saw every single one of them in that day, and that was it was wild. He still almost led them to that comeback.
Yeah.
It was a great game, and then what's his name had the interception in the end zone there to
Van Eskridge.
Yeah. So preserve that win. That was a great day. And it's funny you mentioned UAB and Rice playing and that nobody cares. But I remember when Skip Holtz was trying to resurrect the program, and you remember they had a game at Rice where they were going to be inconvenienced.
Mm-hmm.
And there was an interception that went through the defensive back from Wilson, went right through his hands. Rice goes down, ends up scoring, I think, the game-winning field goal. And that was one of those 2 steps forward, 1 big step back for Skip Holtz at the time. And so I keep reminding people this Mike Houston team kind of feels like that Skip Holtz team in 2006, 2007, that time when they were rebuilding. And so when they go into this game at Houston, this is one of those games. It's a part of that litmus test. Did they do a 1 step back coming off the tough loss, but they're coming off the open week, or is there 2 steps forward going into the short week? So it's just interesting to watch the development of this team as they get better, but there's these little steps forward and backwards that they're taking this season that can be frustrating for fans. But I always remember that Rice game for some reason, as it was a step backwards, but ultimately thrust them forward to those 2 Conference USA championships.
That's a great point. Nice correlation, too, Brian. And look, East Carolina has fallen victim to the dead crowds at UAB in the past, too. So I guess saying UAB and Rice should send shivers down my spine now that they're coming back to the conference, to the American Conference here in a couple of years.
You ever get the feeling like ECU thinks it's the cool kid and shows up to the cool party, and everybody leaves and goes to the other cool party? And then ECU's like the king of the nerds at the party they're at, and then they try to leave again and go to the cool party, and everybody you got to get that feeling that they're never able to hang with the cool crowd they want to when it comes to college football.
King of the nerds, ECU football. Put it on a T-shirt. Thank you, Brian, for that moniker. It certainly feels that way. And how about your guys are king or one of the kings of the FCS? Are they trying to join the cool kids?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. They've been very careful about when they want to make that jump, and I think they want to get in the right conference at the right time. Money is always a factor. They've built their home base. They've built their stadium. They've been looking for this move down the future. Is now the right time? I don't know if the conference. If they get the Sun Belt, I would say yes. But if it's the Conference USA or one of these other conferences with a bunch of schools you've never heard of, I would. Unless they can go dominate that conference and be one of the kings of the nerds in that conference, then maybe. But they're careful and they're going to pick and choose the right selection. But I wouldn't be surprised if they make that jump in the next couple of years. I think everybody feels like maybe it's time for them. They proved enough at the 1AA level. Now it may be time to test themselves, kind of like what App State has done.
Yeah, and they've done very well at the FBS level. Brian, we made it through with very minimal screaming in the background, so good call today.
Yeah, boy, we got lucky. We've been doing training here with the 10-month-old is on the verge of walking, so we've been doing sprints in the in a walker, and then the other one we've been throwing the ball in the house, which is supposedly not allowed, but we're still doing it. So
all right.
It's a sports weekend here in the North household of the Terrorists.
Love it, North. Appreciate the chat, man. We'll check in with you. You got plans to be at Dowdy Ficklin Thursday night, or do you know what you're going to be doing yet?
No, I probably not for 2 reasons. One, I've got some family things to take care of up in New York. I don't know if I'll be back on Tuesday. And then being a morning anchor now, those Thursday night games are not real conducive to the morning anchor life.
Just fight through it. Stay up for the game and be up for the show in the morning. I don't know. You can do it.
Days before kids, not a problem. Now with the terrorists ruling the world, it's a little more of an issue. But it'll be interesting. Those Thursday night games have always been interesting at ECU, that's for sure.
Quick turnaround with South Florida coming in. North, enjoyed it, man. Have a great day with the fam, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right, sounds good, Clip.
There he is, Brian North, joining me on the Fixed NC Live line. Illinois tried a Philly special and a Illini special, throwback to the quarterback. Should have been picked off to clinch the game in overtime. It was dropped by the DB. So Illinois kicks a field goal. It is 13-13 as they head into double overtime.
Interesting.
Yeah, I'll try to make a 13-13 game as interesting as I possibly can.
Clemson and Pittsburgh is underway, and man, what a complete turnaround for this Clemson offense from a year ago.
Yeah.
And that is just life after Trevor Lawrence. They punt the ball on their first offensive possession.
Ugh, those fans in Heinz Field have seen some bad offense this year on Sundays, and now they're going to see some
on Saturday.
On bad offense Saturday. Outside of Wake and Army, which just put on an absolute show. That was a thrill to watch. All right, let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll have our predictions and our fantasy picks for East Carolina and Houston. We'll be back with you after this.
This is Dr. Phil Perdue with Orthopedics East and Sports Medicine Center. My colleagues and I recognize how difficult this time is for everyone in our community. We continue to see patients during the week while taking precautions to keep everyone safe. Our extended care clinic is now open on Saturdays and Sundays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., so you can avoid the emergency department for your urgent orthopedic care. For more information, please contact us at 757-2663 or visit our website at orthoeast.com.
On Saturdays, your team needs you, your sofa needs you, and you need a Jersey Mike's sub. Get it all with free Saturday delivery when you order through the Jersey Mike's app. Jersey Mike's, a sub above. This Saturday, while you watch the game at home, we're watching the grill at Jersey Mike's. Order through the Jersey Mike's app for free delivery on Saturdays, unless you're going to miss hearing this. Jersey Mike's, a sub above.
Here with Mike Mullis from Fixed NC. And Mike, you were telling me the other day, people ask you all the time, I didn't know you did that. What does that mean?
You know, anything that involves property damage repair, call us first. If it's your crawl space, you've got interior humidity issues, a water loss, your ice maker line breaks, obviously fire and smoke, everybody knows we do those. But anything that involves interior or exterior property damage, we're your repair experts.
Mike, how can everybody get in touch with you?
252-999-0001 or fixednc.com.
When a storm hits, you can count on Greenville Utilities. They put their emergency storm plan into action to restore power as quickly and safely as possible. If you experience an outage, call them toll-free at 1-855-767-2482. The automated hotline can handle a large number of calls at once, virtually eliminating busy signals, so help can be on the way as fast as possible. Remember, GUC's emergency hotline number is 1-855-767-2482.
This is former ECU football player Bryce Williams, and you're listening to Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates, and proudly distributed by Carolina Eagle Distributing since 1989. Now, back to the show.
Welcome back. Watch all of Pirate Radio's local programming on YouTube Live. Go to YouTube, search for Pirate Radio TV, and you can watch Pirate Radio Live Monday through Friday from 3 to 6, and the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate and U.S. Cellular Fifth Quarter on game days. Just go to YouTube, search Pirate Radio TV, and click on that subscribe button. Now let's head back in to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Here is your host, Clip Rock.
All righty. Thank you, Shirley Rhodes. Back with you on the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate. Final segment of the show as we get set to watch the game, East Carolina and Houston.
When will kickoff be, is the question.
Well,
haven't heard anything otherwise.
Okay, Bailey just tweeted this out. Tentative kickoff is now 4:20 if there are no more lightning delays.
Shirley, can you put that out for us?
I sure can.
Chandler and I will speak for a moment.
We're having a heart.
How's your week going, Ben?
It's been good.
We do need to talk. Everything going on good in your personal life?
It is. Okay. Everything's going pretty smooth. Work's going great.
Is there a lovely lady in your life?
Not at the moment. And
are you on the market?
I am on the market.
Are you single and looking?
I'm single. I don't know if I'm ready to mingle.
Okay.
I'm just chilling right now.
Okay. So you're not necessarily looking per se.
Just post it.
It's already been posted.
Oh, well, can you get back in the conversation?
I don't know what the hell y'all are doing, but I posted it. Jeez.
All right, so light them up. 4:20 start time. If everything, if there's no more lightning. Okay, everybody get that? Yep. 4:20 start time. I will not be with you till 4:20. I'm leaving at 4. If y'all want to continue this, you can.
Sure.
It's up to y'all.
I'm sure Shirley does not. Either.
I'm sure Lee that she will not. Our contract says 4 hours.
That's right. That's exactly right.
That gives us 20 minutes to nap.
Oh yeah, I would love a little Saturday afternoon cat nap. All right, let's go fantasy picks. Shirley with the make it take it continues to win with Tyler Snead.
Why, yes, I am.
You can change it if you want to.
That is true.
Making it and taking it.
All right, she's making it. She's taking it.
I'm riding that bad boy as far as I can take it.
Chandler, who are you taking?
Well. Pirates love to run the football. They try to define their offense by running the football. I'm going to go away from the running backs. I've been going Keaton. I've been going Harris. I'm going to go to the receiving end of things, but I'm going with a tight end. It's going to be Ryan Jones for me.
Interesting. Why Ryan Jones today? May I ask?
Just, maybe the Pirates try to, pound the ball first, then get to mixing it up a little bit, and maybe the tight ends are a part of that, and hopefully it's Ryan Jones. I could see we've seen him grow over the past few games, especially against Tulane. Saw some action from him against UCF, and I can just see him getting some more action today and getting into the end zone for the Pirates.
All right, I don't hate that, especially since it leaves me with a ton of options. I'm going to take the. You know what we're due for? A Keaton Mitchell 80-yard run. We hadn't had one in a couple games.
Yeah, that's true.
We hadn't had one in 3 weeks. Whereas the Keaton Mitchell 80-yard scamper in my life gone. Maybe we'll see one of those today. As I think it's going to be one of those where ECU has like 20 carries for 47 yards, but that 21st carry is the one that could be the banger. The one to the house.
The home run.
The home run.
The home run.
And I'm going to say Keaton Mitchell does that today. Let's get some score predictions. Shirley, we'll start with you.
Oh, my goodness. This was a little difficult to predict. I'm going to stick with 27-20.
Who?
I hate to do it. Houston.
Okay, Chandler.
I'm going to go Pirates cover 41-35 Houston.
That sounds like a fun game. 41-35 Houston. I too am taking the Cougars, and I'm taking the win 34-24.
Pirates cover.
Pirates. Maybe they can go back and forth here. Defense stands up a couple times, and the offense answers a touchdown if one is scored. I kind of hope we get the ball first and. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, no. He rolled up in here.
Promises made, promises delivered by the one and only Billy Weaver.
And it looks like Mike Piazza or Al Leiter, those 2000-era Mets when they wore the black jerseys. What's up, Weave?
What's up?
You are just in time to make a fantasy pick and a score prediction.
Okay, I was listening to the fantasy, so I can't pick anybody you guys have already picked, right?
That is correct.
He has Snead, I have Jones. He has Mitchell.
Yeah, I thought Snead first. Then I thought Mitchell. So then I think I'm going to go. I guess I'm going to go Holton now because Holton. I'm going to ride.
You can't go quarterback.
Why not?
Because he scores all the points.
Okay, well you didn't tell me.
I apologize. That's on me. All right, let's go a different direction.
Ah, man.
You're down Snead, Jones, and Mitchell. Still got some options out there.
I mean, Rajay's always a good one.
Yeah.
But I'm kind of like you when you say we're due for a Keaton Mitchell 80-yarder.
Maybe he gets tackled at the 1. Just kidding. He doesn't get caught when he's running out there.
Okay, so what are the rules again? Is it just purely end zone?
No, I mean, it's like, have you ever played fantasy football?
Yeah, but I mean, everybody plays fantasy football differently. I didn't know if there were any specific rules.
Right.
Because
hey, look,
I'm
not attacking you.
You are attacking me. You said, have you ever played fantasy football? Like, you moron.
I did not mean it like that. I meant it as in we go 10 yards per rushing and receiving yard.
Okay.
1 point per catch.
Right.
6 for a touchdown.
Well, see, I didn't know that you guys were going to get so intricate with it. Or just saying, hey, we're going to agree to see who had the best game, and then that's the winner. Or whoever gets in the end zone most or whatever.
Billy, will you name a damn player?
Yeah, I'm going with Rajay.
Okay.
Raji.
It's not Rajay.
Rajesh. Raju.
Do we still have that, Shirley?
Rajo.
We need an update for people.
Not Raji, Raja, or Raja. It's Rajay.
It's Rajay.
Is it Rajon Rondo or is it Rajon or is it
Billy Weaver? What is your score?
35-28.
Who?
Yeah, you need to ask.
Hey, good news, Pirate fans. We all picked Houston.
I know, right? That's good news. That's good.
So sweep it. All right, Weave. Well, we're done. Although,
can I go home now?
Yeah, great. Way to put in the work.
Right.
Great day at work.
That is a yes. Yes, thank you.
But you have to be back later.
No, I want to watch the game with you guys if it ever gets underway.
I don't like the Mets. I love that jersey.
Isn't that nice?
It is.
It's like thick and just like, it's awesome. This is one of my
I might have to wear my Ronald Acuna jersey later tonight.
Okay. I thought you were going Natties.
I haven't been able to go home.
Oh, okay.
We actually do the show like 4 hours in a row.
Oh, you got, like, that's not pre-recorded?
No, we're here. We are here.
Somebody told me the press box used to be pre-recorded. I don't believe that.
No way.
No.
Those beeps, Billy did those with his mouth.
Right.
Incredible. Did you do know?
You're not my beep boss. Beep.
The game is kicking off at 4:20.
Yeah, I heard
if
that.
there's no more lightning. So
we can't have this.
Tune into our social media accounts for all the latest if there is another delay.
My contract says after 4:30 I'm done. Oh wow!
This is the first time I've seen this, Weave. So they go
3 OTs.
Yeah, they have to go for 2.
Yes, you have to go for 2.
Like that's the only play you get.
Oh my goodness!
I dropped it.
Oh, that was a sure 2-point conversion. Look.
So now Illinois gets it with 1 play to go for 2 and win it.
Yeah, right here.
So we just stay on for this? Might as well. It's not 4 o'clock yet.
Wow, look at this.
So Illinois trying to pull off a monster
on
upset
the road
against top 10 Penn State.
Yeah.
Sikowski.
Okay, so does Illinois, do they go trick play here and pull out like their best 2-point conversion play?
They did that same play earlier and almost had it intercepted. So I'm going to say they're
going to run it up the gut. They're going to run it up the gut.
Steve's calling a run.
Run up the gut.
Snap. Roll out to the right. He throws. I dropped it. 2 drops.
Oh, my goodness. Both of those should have been caught.
All right, we go to quadruple overtime. I'm done with this game. I'm done with the show. Shirley, Chandler, Weave. Great work, Weave. Thank you to Bagel Man for the awesome
Why you gotta
food.
catch that?
That's terrible. And thank you to everybody for tuning in, being part of today's show. We'll see you after the game on the U.S. Sailor 5th Quarter Call-In Show. Go Pirates!
You've been listening to the Bud Light Pregame Tailgate, powered by Bud Light, the official beer of the ECU Pirates. Stay tuned and join us after the game for a complete recap and your phone calls on the U.S. Cellular 5th Quarter Call-In Show, right here on Pirate Radio, the voice of the Pirate Nation.
Hey, Pirate Nation, Lindsey Gray here with